Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. Please know that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located in the north wall of the Legislative Chamber alongside an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the pledge. First item of business is the Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson. Present. Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh. No. Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Mr. Chair.
Here. Our first items are items A and B. A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held on Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. B, a call for a meeting and set Tuesday, July 9th, 2024 as date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of admitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, I know we do have some individuals here to speak, definitely on some items on D. Out of all resolutions, we have 3 resolutions total, so I might take them one by one, preferably. So first item is item C, a certified assessment correction, addressing the 2023 real property valuation protest for 2199 Blondo Street, as stated on the agenda there. Do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Again, this is resolution item C. Do I have anybody to speak on this resolution? If not, we'll vote.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have item D, certified assessment correction, reflecting a correction in the values and approval for all the items listed under CAC number, resolution D. We also do have a couple clerical corrections from Mr. Goodwillie. Advised me that the first entity listed there, BNT Ventures, the agenda says 24039. That number should actually be 24056. And the second item, Lawrence R. Hufford Trust, the agenda says 24040. It should actually be 24057. So if I can get a motion in a second with those corrections.
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Is there anybody here to discuss any of the entities listed here in resolution D?
Couple lines at the bottom. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Alan Seibert, 5537 North 140th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68164. This is CAC number 24045. The explanation on the agenda was to put back to 2023 the BOE value for 2024. I found that interesting, so I looked more at the other pages. On page 32 of the attachments, it says reason for review. Put back to 2023 BOE value, area not revalued. I had a question. I found that an interesting statement. I had a few questions. What is the area of this property? It appears to be Linden Estates. How was the area created? It appears all the properties in the same area of this property were not revalued. Why? Does this happen every year? Is this information included in the state of the market report presented to the Board of Equalization? Is this information included in the report required by statute 77-1315 that's given to the media? How many other areas in Douglas County were not revalued? How many properties in Douglas County were not revalued? What effect does this have on overall tax revenue? I've heard that the overall market in Douglas County increased 8%. I've also heard there have been individual valuation increases of 20 to 30%. The valuation process is supposed to be fair and equitable. In addition, the Nebraska Supreme Court stated in HK Company versus Board of Education, this was way back in 1963, but it said the Constitution requires taxes on all tangible property be levied by valuation uniformly and proportionally. That was the Supreme Court of Nebraska. How can valuations be increased 20 to 30% in one area while another area is not revalued? How can that be considered uniform and proportionate? Looking at sales data for the same year, explain how an assessment to sale ratio for one property can be in the required range of 92 to 100%, while another property's assessment ratio is not. Do things like this happen every year? As far as that last question, I know it happens every year, but I'd like to hear somebody explain that.
Thank you, sir.
I would hope somebody would have some questions about that, since there can be an exchange now.
Yes, I will bring up Mr. Goodwillie. If you have any possible starter points for this item, I'm not sure. I know you might have not been forewarned that this was going to come up, so whatever you can start us with.
Sure. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. Yeah, it would have been helpful to have some of this ahead, but as a general rule, property needs uniform and proportionate for assessment purposes in mass appraisal depends on the measurement factor of the assessment sales ratio over a 2-year study period. And we have the county divided into about 19 different residential areas. For this year, the ratios, the assessment sales ratios, were between 92 and 100% for all of them, which passes muster. There is a common misconception that if your assessment sales ratio is within range, that all of the sold properties have a ratio that's within range, and that's a really common misconception. The fact of the matter is that median level of value is the midpoint, the middle ratio of all of the sold properties compared with their assessed value. So you'll have an array of 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 properties, depending on how many is in your sample. And that level of value is the median ratio, half above and half below. It's a blunt instrument to be sure. What the courts have also said is that the assessment, the determination of the value of a single property is not capable of precise measurement, that it's a judgment sort of call. If that's the case for a single property, then clearly measuring a whole group of properties is that way too. Because value really isn't a single point estimate. I mean, we have to come up with one. But it's more of a range than it is anything else. If all of us walked through Commissioner Morgan's house, for example, and then we're given a piece of paper at the end, and said, write down what you think it's worth, I bet we'd come up with a whole bunch of different numbers. Might be within a particular range, but I bet we'd have different numbers. So the first point is not all of the sales are going to have ratios of between 92 and 100, even if the overall median ratio for that area fits. And that's not uncommon. It's the nature of the beast. And second, in terms of when we reappraise an area, that tends to be driven by where the assessment sales ratios happen to be. If we have a neighborhood that's within range, we probably aren't going to touch it. But if it's at the bottom end of the range and in the next year, sales prices continue to rise, then yep, we're going to have to reappraise it in that next year. And sometimes you might even go 2 years without having to do a reappraisal. And so that may account for some of what was said. That's a judgment call that our appraisal staff makes. The remedy for that, of course, is, go ahead and file your protest, file your appeal. But when you do mass appraisal, it's a blunt instrument, to be sure, and the measurement features reflect that. So thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Are comments or questions on this item?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I've owned my property since December of 1971. Can't afford it anymore. Had a tremendous jump in the appraisal based on sales price of other properties. And, excuse me, Mr. Goodwillie, or however it's pronounced, but his explanations still kind of skirt around a lot of the issues. They're not real clear answers that the average non-lawyer citizen can understand. But the point is, your system, basing it on the retail price of the last properties in that whole area sold, and then a median, means you're taking from the rich or giving to the rich, but taking from the poor, because you're raising my prices to help compensate for what you don't tax the rich guy. That's what averages and medians mean. Statistics don't lie. It's what you put into the statistic that lies. And as I look at this resolution, it's obvious that there's many mistakes in the way this process is done. Something has to be done. This drive-by assessment, or point the little measuring thing that's a laser, does not tell you everything about what's inside the house or what's in the backyard. It doesn't tell you the square footage of the second floor of my house. I have those figures for my title, but unfortunately not everybody has a copy of their title because they have a mortgage. The mortgage holder holds that. And a lot of times your figures have not agreed with my abstract of title. I measure rooms myself for a common misconception, I guess, is living area. Well, I don't live in the walls, so I don't measure the walls, the thickness. Some people say don't measure the windows because you don't live in the windows. But your satellite videos, even though you can go in at an angle for a picture, doesn't tell you everything. It basically tells you the square foot of the plot that the house sits on. I have a longtime friend that died just up the street from us. Some people bought that house quite a few months ago. My God, they're still working on it. The construction people have been there every day for probably 3 or 4 months, if not more. And I'll bet you that when the tax assessor finds out the work done on that one, that'll price me out of the neighborhood because you'll raise my taxes again to compensate for that improvement. That house had not been improved for many, many years. But you make the assumption that even if they didn't do this, that the value of that house is based on the price, last selling price of the highest priced house in that area. And you're not real clear about what area. And when I do my protests, I sometimes have a stack of papers like that because a lot of the comparable properties are not really comparable when I go walk down the street and look at them because I can't go in the backyard. But I can visually look, I can take a picture, but they're not really comparable. You need to find a new system and stop being dishonest with the taxpayer.
Thank you. Any other comments on item D? If not, we'll go ahead and vote.
Can I
You already
respond?
spoke once, sir. I'm sorry. It's a one-time allocation.
So that's how your new process works. Thanks.
Motion passes 7-0.
Last item for Board of Equalization is item E, Resolution E, approving applications for tax exemptions, Form 457 on motor vehicles recommended for approval by the county treasurer. This resolution motion could include adjournment. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now go into our Board of Corrections meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Here. First item is item 1, approval of the minutes of the Board of Corrections meeting held Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. Do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Rogers, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now go into our report from the Director of Corrections.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Michael Myers, Director of Corrections for Douglas County. Excuse me. You have before you my report for the month of May. In closure number 1, administrative services, after 11 months of the fiscal year, we are $353,406 over budget. However, I did ask for some explanation on that. That had to do with the timing of some medical invoices that were paid, and I am assured by our fiscal manager that we will come in on budget at the end of this month. There was $250,758 spent on overtime costs. That's a decrease of $80,000 from the previous month. This is the second consecutive month where overtime hours have been the lowest in several years. We are providing additional scrutiny to all overtime requirements in an effort to continue to lower this cost. Our records division processed $940,000 in bond payments during May. The Sanction Center and Transitional Discharge Center placed a total of 15 individuals into community corrections, saving a combined 100 bed days. Work release admitted 14 individuals. House arrest admitted 42. And the Reentry Assistance Program, or RAP, admitted 30. Our reentry services and therapeutic communities, 55 individuals were admitted to therapeutic community housing units. 19 individuals were referred to intensive outpatient treatment. 25, excuse me, I got off there for a second. Okay, 19 individuals were referred to intensive outpatient treatment in the jail. A total of 25 individuals were referred to both outpatient treatment programs. 27 individuals completed substance use disorder evaluations. We have reinitiated the Safe Serve certification for our kitchen inmate workers, a certification that can assist with employment opportunities in the food service industry post-release, and 2 individuals earned a GED. There were 270 individuals placed on pretrial release. Overall, during the course of the month, 1,330 individuals were supervised on pretrial release. This is the 2nd consecutive month of an all-time high level of utilization. 577 individuals participated in the 24/7 sobriety program. That is also an all-time high. 126 individuals were supervised via GPS monitors, saving 2,900 jail bed days. In theory, Douglas County was saved $348,000 in detention costs by our pretrial release program. Our law library usage on the tablet system continues to have increased usages with costs and efficiencies for Douglas County. Enclosure number 3, compliance. Regular reporting of all compliance data continues. Enclosure number 4, personnel. 8 officers below the rank of sergeant and 1 lieutenant left employment in May. As of May 31st, we were 103% staffed among correctional officer ranks. 27 officers graduated from our academy on May 10th and completed 2 weeks of field training after graduation. Our next academy is planned for late July. 2 officers were promoted from CO1 to CO2, and I wish to offer my sincere thanks and best wishes to Lieutenant Daniel Shear, who worked closely with me in the Office of Professional Responsibility. He retired after 22 years of service to the Douglas County Department of Corrections. And congratulations to Officer Cesar Inda and Sergeant Bobby Hike, who celebrated their 20th anniversary of service to Douglas County. Enclosure number 5, population. There were 1,312 admissions and there was 1,370 releases. Our high count was 1,087 and our low count was 1,007. Our average daily population was 1,036. That is exactly the same as the previous month. Our average length of stay for inmates released, that should say May, in May, the overall length of stay was 26.6 days. 48.5% of our inmates stayed longer than 72 hours. The average length of stay for these individuals was 60.7 days. 51.5% of inmates were released within 72 hours of being booked, and the average length of stay for those inmates was 1.3 days. There were 115 custodial sanctioned bed days. The U.S. Marshal population increased. The average daily felony pretrial population was 712. That was a decrease. The average daily misdemeanor population was 129, a small increase. Probation violations remained stable. 19% of our population were between the ages of 18 and 24. 65% of our population were minorities. 15% of our population were female. And 18% of our population were homeless or nearly homeless. Enclosure number 6, medical. There were 1,123 intake screenings and 337 health and physical assessments. Inmates were sent out 23 times for emergent medical care. 10 of those were by 911. There were 9 hospital admissions, which resulted in 23 days of hospitalization. There were 38 off-site specialty medical appointments. Enclosure number 7, mental health. There was 144 initial psychiatric assessments, 462 initial mental health assessments. 82 individuals were placed in the infirmary for mental health reasons, primarily suicide precautions. 219 individuals were placed on drug and alcohol withdrawal protocols. That may be an all-time high. That is I've only seen it over 200 once or twice before. There were 3 referrals to the Board of Mental Health. There are 5 transfers to the Lincoln Regional Center, and 49% of our population, tying an all-time high, was diagnosed with a mental illness. Enclosure number 8, our security operations and honor guard. Our crisis negotiation team was deployed only one time. That was in conjunction with the CERT team for an individual who was barricading himself in a cell. C&T was able to de-escalate the individual to where he complied with the CERT instructions, and the individual was safely removed without force or injury. Our Correctional Emergency Response and Transport Team, or CERT, was deployed on 4 occasions. There were 3 cell extractions and 1 high-risk search for contraband. CERT team members attended a riot response training during May. There were 12 searches conducted. Minor contraband included modified items for tattooing and nuisance items such as extra linens. Significant contraband included crushed and hoarded medication, as well as papers with social security numbers and credit card numbers and PIN numbers. The Honor Guard was deployed on 4 occasions. One for Corrections Week celebrations, our Academy graduation, the funeral of a retired correctional officer, and for the Metro Area Honor Guard for Law Enforcement Week ceremonies. Enclosure number 9, staff development, wellness, and retention. 22 individuals were interviewed for correctional officer positions. There were 65 applications that were received. The Strategic Inmate Management, or SIM, change team is meeting regularly with representatives from the National Institute of Corrections to prepare for the implementation of the SIM model later this year. Candidates to become SIM trainers are also being vetted. 18 staff members utilized the Wellness and Retention Office for assistance, and 3 were referred to external mental health resources. And other noteworthy items, we are in the final stages of design planning for our mental health edition. It is hoped that groundbreaking will occur this fall, followed by approximately 2 years of construction. We have also received our proposals for medical and mental health services and have spent the past few weeks evaluating the submissions and interviewing prospective companies. A recommendation to the county board will be made soon, and a new contract will take effect on September 1st. With that, I am ready for any questions. My apologies, commissioners. My secretary was out, and I see that this report was printed without page numbers, so my apologies on that.
Thank you. We'll move into questions. We'll start with Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thanks for this, Mike. Average daily population, 1,036, same as last month. And that seems to have plateaued at a lower number than we were pegging a year ago. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Hopefully some of that is due to the stepped-up diversion programs that the Corrections Department is engaged in. Is that correct?
That would be the one thing that I can point to that's different in the past 18 months, which would explain our population being down by 100-ish from where we were.
You know, overall, this would probably reflect a lower plateau for actual crimes happening in the community. I mean, you're not in control of who comes to your door. Our public safety officers, police, and the sheriff are. And this lower number would reflect a lower number of people incarcerated because of crimes, right?
Yes, I think you could make that inference.
Average length of stay, am I correct in saying this is 26.6 days?
The overall, yes.
Yeah, right. Okay. So most folks are in there for less than a month overall.
That's correct.
Yeah. The majority-minority percentage remains high at 65%. And again, you have no control over that, but it's a troubling statistic that we deal with every month. And I appreciate the fact that you keep an eye on that for us, but it seems, again, to have pegged, if not a high, pretty close to what the high has been.
It is really hard for us. It seems to really make much difference in that 2/3
Right.
general.
You know, if you
number.
throw every minority in the community into a lump sum, it might be in the 30% range. And yet, month after month after month, we see 60, 62, 65% of minorities incarcerated. And there's something seriously wrong when that happens, I think. Again, beyond your control and probably beyond the county board's control, but I appreciate you tracking that for us. Thank you. The overall budget, if I read this correctly, for the department is $56.2 million a year. Is that accurate? I don't have a
One
number.
moment.
Oh, well, I guess I do. It's page 1.
Yeah.
In enclosure 1. It says budgeted overall $56,200,000. That first line?
Yes.
Okay. Of that $56.2 million, how much of that is not Douglas County General Fund dollars? Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. If I was talking to the people from the health center or behavioral health, and I asked them this question, the non-Douglas County numbers to those departments would be in the 80th percentile, 80% plus. Medicare, Medicaid, federal funds, other non-Douglas County property tax funds. In the corrections department, what would that be?
Probably about the opposite of what you see in the health with the health center.
80-some percent Douglas County general fund property tax dollars, 20% something else.
Right.
Okay. Is there a way going forward, because that's an important kind of metric for us, and these reports, I got to tell you, they get better and better. I mean, you're really reactive to our request for information. Oh, I
That's
guess my
fine.
light, so I'll do it again, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll jump to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
On the pre-trial services, how are we measuring success in that program?
So basically, what we will be measuring on an ongoing basis is violations, people who have violated their bond and maybe had their bond revoked, and are you appearing in court when you're supposed to? Those are the two key measures. You know, that program, you know, we would like to hope that it has a longer lasting impact on people's lifestyles and recidivism with the supervision and support that we're giving them during that program. And we can probably do that research over the course of time as that new program matures and we have some meaningful data that can come in. We could probably work with a partner like a UNO to look at the people who participated in those services. You know, we're not, you know, I don't think we're going to ever measure success against every, like the 24/7 sobriety program. Those people are subjected to rigorous testing. And we should expect that they're going to have a misstep or two along the way, but they still complete the program successfully. So they may violate and have a sanction, but they still get through the program. And so I think that's really, you know, the key measures that we're going to have is did you make it through the program without violating to such an extent that you got your bond revoked, and did you appear in court as scheduled?
And would the recidivism rate for these individuals also be a criteria for measurement?
It would be, but like I said, that will take a little more time
Right.
for us to you know, for us to report meaningful data. You know, a little bit more time probably needs to elapse to, you know, to say that these people over the course of time didn't come back into the criminal justice system. We, of course, if they committed crimes while on pretrial release, that would fall into that revocation category, but it'd also maybe be a subcategory of actually they engaged in a new criminal act, and we could report that out as well.
But we have started to make sure we're tracking that so we have the data when
the data
we
is
have good data.
The data is there, and you know, one of the things I will acknowledge, we've had a little bit of frustration with not a little bit. we've had frustration with a vendor for the software to track that. And to the point where now we have an RFP out to replace it. So there is some delay in getting that information out to everybody in an aggregate form due to that fact, but we have not lost sight of the fact that we need to do that.
And I just think it would be good information. I mean, we constantly hear the horrors, but it would be nice to hear the successes, that people have actually turned their lives around and are doing well, and because of this program
Absolutely.
or that program or whatever. But
Yep.
I understand there has to be a little bit more time to get that data. But the numbers thus far have been very impressive on that program. And then I might have to come back because this might take a little time, but the average length of stays, and you said 48.5% are staying there more than 72 hours. And do we capture what the reasons are for those individuals staying longer? I'm sure mental health is probably at the top of the list, but like what are the top three? Or okay, we'll have to come back.
That's Tom. Thank you. Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, you and I have talked about this in public and then off to the side on various occasions. The 49% of individuals that have been diagnosed with a mental health issue, like you said, that's a record. It's not a record, obviously, that's enjoyable to hit. That essentially means about 500 individuals were diagnosed with a mental illness in this facility right now. Mike, I'm asking you to guess, an educated guess, other than state corrections, is there a larger mental health facility in this state than the Douglas County Correction Center?
Well, no, and really, and some of those people wouldn't need to be, like if they weren't in jail, the fact that they have an illness, they wouldn't need to be institutionalized. But we do also track those with serious mental illness, and maybe I should start breaking that out on this report because that's the population, that really matters. Whether somebody, has mild to moderate anxiety or depression, those are things that we can fairly easily treat, whether you're in jail or not in jail. But the serious mental illness runs somewhere between, typically, I don't think it's ever hit 30% of the population, but it usually runs between that 25 and 29% range. And so if you do, if you took I'll be generous or conservative, I guess, and say 25% of 1,000 people, that's 250 people with a serious mental illness such as psychotic disorders, bipolar that's not stabilized. So I don't know of any other facility that houses that many people under one roof.
Thank you. And that being said, have you theorized what would happen? First of all, some of those individuals, especially if they don't need long-term clinical care, can be referred, especially if they had a minor offense, to Douglas County Community Mental Health if there's space available. Correct? I mean, so they're released, but yet the idea is to move them over to Sherry and her team.
We work generally very closely with them and on a variety of ways, and so yes, we do want to get them pushed.
So, have you theorized what our population would look like? And again, this is a theory. Have you theorized what our population would look like if these particular 500 individuals, and as Commissioner Borgeson pointed out, there's recidivism. A lot of those people they leave and they're coming back. Have you theorized what would happen if these individuals if you didn't identify that they had an issue and you didn't attempt to correct it? Would our overall numbers go up?
They most certainly would. I mean, we've given a lot of credit to our pretrial release program for reducing our numbers a bit, but we have worked for many years on building a continuum of care that I believe is having, I can tell you anecdotally and probably with some data that those who receive those services do not come back to jail as often as those who don't.
Okay. Mike, thanks for the information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item or the director's report? Commissioner Borgeson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the reasons why that length of stay for that 48%.
Yep. So, you know, but the simplest answer is they have a bond that they couldn't pay. The reason we pick 72 hours as a line of demarcation is if you came to jail on a Friday, you know, you possibly may not be in front of a judge for close to 72 hours. So it is, but I can tell you that we know that individuals who, in our custody, based on our own data, individuals who have a mental illness stay twice as long as those who don't. So mental illness does play a key role. I have some data that I'm going to bring to before the board next month. I didn't quite have time to get it conceptualized incorporated into this report today about where we break this down by a number of factors. And it'll be an interesting discussion next month because not only are getting to, you know, the racial disparities in terms of our ADP, there are racial disparities in terms of how long people stay in jail. And that, I think, will spark some interesting discussion next week or next month.
And that kind of leads to my last question, and that was when we talked about the 65% of the population being minority, how many of those are just sitting there because they couldn't pay their bond, so they're sitting there waiting their time?
I would assume most. You know, if people have a means to get out, they're gonna get out. I mean, so you know, unless they are held without bond, and that's a very small sliver of our population, and those are people who've committed very serious crimes. You know, pretty much everybody has some bond amount.
And so I would be interested in the population in terms of if there is a racial disparity in those that can't pay their bond but get out on another, whether it be monitoring or program service, whatever, versus the minorities are not let out on other programs or services and are sitting there. So maybe that's part of what you'll bring next month.
Yeah,
as
we
well.
can discuss that. You know, and actually in enclosure 2 in the pretrial data, there is some about it's broken down by race on individuals who are, and again, I apologize that there's not page numbers. But there is that breakdown of pretrial release by race, and the pretrial release, those demographics are a little better than what we see in the jail. But it's still not, you know, I guess there is a page number on the top. I'm sorry. It says page 12.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Percentage of individuals, and you can see that there was 1,330 individuals that represented this chart, and you have 43 or 41% were Caucasian. So we at least do have a majority of the people who are out on pretrial release supervision are individuals from minority groups. I had hoped that this would make an impact on that racial disparity in the jail. It really, maybe it's nibbled around the edges a little bit, but it hasn't gotten to where we hoped.
Nice time.
Thank you, Mike.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Mike, following up on some of the discussion here this morning, the cost per diem for keeping a individual in the Douglas County Correction Center is what?
We have just recently
I'm
recalculated.
sorry.
I'm sorry, we have recently recalculated that based upon what we believe is the general range of what our healthcare costs are going to be coming forward. And it took a significant jump. We will be working from a figure of $160 a day going forward.
Okay. I think later we're going to do consideration of a agreement with, I believe, Sarpy County on a per diem cost, which is significantly higher than that. This is a per diem cost for our youth center incarcerated kids. This is something I'm very concerned about, because if we are spending $160 a day, or in the case of kids, 3 or 4 times that, any savings that we can realize through not having people come back over and over again is real money. This mentally ill component of the overall population, having done disability law for many years, I'm very familiar with mental disabilities. This spectrum that you're talking about, the half of the population, they wouldn't all qualify as mentally disabled.
No,
But
like I
they-
said, probably half of those people
Okay.
might.
And the ones that you're talking about that maybe manifest serious mental disabilities, you're putting that number at a couple hundred people, is that right?
Yeah, 250 to 300, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
And even all of those wouldn't necessarily qualify, say, for Social Security disability if they were on the outside, because they're precluded from qualifying for disability by being incarcerated. I don't expect you to know the answer to that, but it would seem to me that
Good, 'cause I
if
don't.
they were, it might be appropriate not to have them in jail.
Sure.
I mean, what we're dealing with here is a situation where hundreds of seriously mentally ill people are being locked up as criminals, where probably their mental illness leads to their inappropriate behavior.
That is very
And
true.
rather than treat the mental illness, we're just basically incarcerating them. The same is true with the 65% of minorities that we incarcerate. As you indicated, many of them are sitting there because they don't have the money to make a cash bond. Not because of the seriousness of their offense, not because they wouldn't show up in court. They just don't have the money to make the bond that the court set for them.
That would be a reasonable inference.
Okay, so we're incarcerating people for mental illness, and we're incarcerating people for poverty, when we should be incarcerating people for crime. And it's not, I don't think, the best use of our resources here to use the lockup to incarcerate 65% of the population minorities, or 50%, 40%, 30% of the population of the people mentally ill. It's an inappropriate use of the jail as either a hospital or some mechanism to help people with financial difficulties. If 65% of the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors were minorities, that might be something that would square with 65% are incarcerated. If 65% of the students
Time.
at the University of Nebraska, Omaha were minorities, that might be something to correlate with incarceration. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. We'll jump to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, Mike, my colleague, Commissioner Kavanaugh, I understand the road he's going down here. Tell me, of the 1,087 individuals on a daily basis that you have here, how many of those individuals haven't committed a crime?
Well,
Theoretically, how many of those individuals haven't committed a
I'll
crime?
answer it this way. Every single one of them has been accused and charged with a crime.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. Any other comments or questions on this item? If not, that concludes the director's report. Thank you, Director Myers. I'll take a motion and a second for adjournment.
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll now commence the Board of Commissioners meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is item 1A and B. Item A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. Item B, the approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Do we have a motion and a second? Motion by Rogers, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item is our consent agenda, items A through N. Please note that the clerk has advised me that item Q should be stricken from the agenda and from the consent agenda. I believe it's kind of duplicative with item R, right? Okay. And I think that is the only revision to consent. Do I have a motion and a second with that revision?
If I apologize.
Yes, go ahead.
Tracy, York County Attorney's Office. One other revision and then one note, if I may. On letter G, the resolution authorizes the chairwoman to sign the agreement, and if we could strike woman from the resolution for letter G. And then on N1, it's listed as an amendment. It just looks a little, it is an amendment. I just wanted to let the board know it looks a little different than normal. What we have is a repeat of the agreement with just like 2 items changed. And so it looks a little different, but it is correct. It is an amendment.
Got it. Thank you, Teresa. What was that?
Dan Esch, County Clerk, on N6. If on the website, the agreement, I believe, is the same as N3. The commissioners have the correct agreement in front of them, though. I just wanted to point that out.
Got it. All right, so items on, go ahead. Motion approved with the stated changes. Second by Morgan, and we'll jump into questions. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, a couple of things for the record. A lot of times, things appear on the agenda, particularly the consent agenda. You don't have access to the backup documents, so we try to put things in the record so people can understand what we're doing. Under the consent agenda item I, this is Nebraska Community-Based Aid Contracts. Ms. Habakati, the Deputy County Administrator for Juvenile Services, has a list of items on here totaling, I believe, $1,090,523. These are all various agreements for community-based grant-funded juvenile services, and I'm just trying to clarify, of this 1 million plus, Kim, if you could tell us, are those all non-Douglas County grant funds? Or are there general fund appropriations in there as well?
This funding all comes from the Nebraska Crime Commission.
Kim, could you
through the-
identify yourself?
Oh, sorry, Kim Havakati, Deputy County Administrator. These funds all come from the Nebraska Crime Commission through the unicameral grant to the Crime Commission. It goes to every county in the state based upon your population, and ours, Commissioner, is a little bit over 1.3 million that we get.
Okay. There is a item D, and I see that the county engineer, Mr. Fitzer, is here. Just for informational purposes, for the record, there's an interlocal cooperation agreement with Sanitary Improvement District number 623 and 633 of Douglas County, Papio, Missouri River Natural Resource District, and Bennington Public Schools for county project. There's a number here, and it's $2,520,553.59. Just if we get in the record that what that entails, that interlocal agreement, and what, if any, of that $2.5 million is from Douglas County general funds. I don't know if we have that information available, but it'd be nice to let the taxpayers know.
Todd Fitzer, Douglas County Engineer, 155 West Maple Road. That interlocal represents the extension of Rainwood Road. There's a Bennington school that's going to be built, I believe, in 20...
Could you speak?
I'm sorry. There's a Bennington school that's going to be built, I believe, in 26 is their target. The road doesn't even exist today. So it's not even a gravel road. It's not like we're going to improve a road. We're going to build a road. And there's 4 or 5 developments out there. You've got Bennington Public Schools, and the county is a 3-phase development to get that road in place for the upcoming school. And the development, or the agreement, covers all the contributions that are going to go in from Bennington Public Schools and from the development community and those things.
So this $2.5 billion is a collective
Correct.
$2.5 billion.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll jump to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask that item E be pulled for discussion.
All right. Do you want to take that separately? Is that what you're requesting?
Yes,
Commissioner? All right. If the motion and second are okay with that, we can do it that way. Good?
Yes.
Yep. All right. We'll pull item E and discuss separately. Everything else remains as stated previously, including the revisions. Anything else, Commissioner Borgeson?
Just E.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Larry, do you want to comment on consent agenda item?
I believe so, and thanks to Jim for withdrawing it from the agenda, from the consent. Item I. Recently attended a Saturday morning meeting looking for citizen input and things on various things, but I want to comment. I have something to present to you in regards to part of that anyway. Under our system of government, it is shared with the states. The federal government shares it with the states, but the states and the counties now are running for the money from the federal government, and that takes the control away from us. So we are working under a government that's no longer performing as intended. And I would firmly support a constitutional amendment on overspending. As I read through this entire list on item I think, oh my God, look at all that money. And look at, I'm sorry, are they discriminating against some groups of people with some of these items that are very costly? Most all of them related to youth. Have we lost control of our youth? Maybe Hitler was right. These 501c3s now have what the way he said was, your children now belong to us. Because that money takes the control away from people. There's such a thing as the privacy laws. Once they get involved in a system or something like this, you cannot participate if you're not the guardian or if you're not the person. So we really can't control what our tax dollars do. It's not really explained to us. It is such an urgent need for all of that. There must be tremendous problems with the family structure, with the school structure. I don't get it. It looks like we've lost it. So anyway, I'll submit this. It's I sent it to you in an email. For the record, on this item, Americanism. Oh, by the way, I will only quote one thing out of here. There's 4 items of importance, but there is a bill in Congress now to do away with absolutely all DEI programs because they are considered cultural Marxism. We have those even here in this county and city. So what are we going to do when the federal government strikes that? Are you going to strike all of that out of your resolutions and your spending items? You better be prepared. Because, oh yes, what are you going to do with all the illegals that are coming in? They're going to want money. I don't think there's enough money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Larry, I think you left your glasses. I'm Nicole LeClaire. Can you help me, Dan, get this on, or somebody? Sorry, or maybe it's on. I just want to put this up. Sorry. Make sure that that is up there. I'm up here. I don't see another place to talk because that has been removed for other opportunities to talk. So I'm talking on the consent agenda about the juvenile justice planning forms that just went off. But I just want to make sure that they're being spoken about because I have not seen in any meeting that they were spoken about. I only found out about these forums, 3 of them that are happening. The first one on June 22nd. On last Wednesday, and thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for promoting it on your page on Facebook, and looked at the Douglas County Facebook page, and it was created around the 5th, and then some events were created, but there was nothing else. So I did respond and write, well, I wrote on Facebook, like, why is this not being promoted? Why does no one know about it? I asked 5 people, and 4 out of the 5 people knew nothing about it. And these are people who are regularly coming to meetings, who are involved in the community, who would like to go to those meetings. But Larry's, I don't necessarily agree with everything Larry does, but I'll put that up there. But I defend his right to do it. Anyway, so I wrote because I was concerned that there was not going to be a recording. I understand not every meeting can have Zoom outside of this room, but to not have it recorded, I don't understand that. So one of the 4 citizens that showed up, so I wrote this email address, including Roger Garcia, Commissioner Chair Garcia, including Douglas County Clerk, not Clowney, County Clerk Dan Ash, just for a matter of record. About why is there no recording? Why was this not promoted? I mean, this is affecting our community.
Nicole, let me help you promote
Yes.
these.
Yes.
And then we'll have to reel it back because it's specific about the contracts for the community-based aid. But let me help you promote these. The next one is Saturday, July 20th, 9:30 a.m. at Metropolitan Community College, Fort Campus,
Yes.
Building 22. And the one after that is August 10th at 9:30 at the
Okay.
Concord Mediation Center,
I appreciate-
2910 South 84th Street.
But why
whole
were they
public is
not
welcome.
promoted before today and me having to come down here and say this? That is my question. I mean, how is this open to the public? 4 people showed up, and those 4 people showed up, citizens, because I let them know. I sent out an email to a lot of people. I have a lot of people now contacting me, wanting to meet with me. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable.
Thank you. Okay, back to the consent agenda minus item E and the revisions as stated previously. Commissioner Cavanaugh?
So I just have a couple of more, just public information things. And, you know, I guess we do have a problem getting the word out on these things. I was unaware of these meetings entirely, and I think I got an email or something, but the fact that only 4 people showed up, and they showed up because a member of the public notified them, is kind of emblematic of, these aren't real public meetings. These are for show, and they're not promoted as real public meetings. I have a couple of questions on related matters regarding our juvenile justice system that are on the consent agenda. So we have a referral program, well, not a referral program, a contract extension between Douglas County and Children's Specialty Physicians budgeted, and I think Mr. Mark LaFleur from Douglas County Youth Center, who is here today, could maybe give us a quick background on that. And Mark, while you're coming down, I'd also like to know at the top, what is the population of the Douglas County Youth Center today? And if you know, what's been the average daily population for the last month?
Mark LaFleur, Douglas County Youth Center. It's a pleasure to see you all again.
Could you speak in the, thank you. I've got a hearing issue.
Mark LaFleur, Douglas County Youth Center. That does make a difference. We currently, for our last month, we were at 83. and I believe today we're currently at 91.
Okay. And this is for some medical services for these children?
Exactly.
Okay. The percentage of these children, like we just heard in corrections, that are minority children, do you happen to know what that percentage would be?
It's pretty parallel to what we see in adult corrections.
60+%
60
minority
plus,
kids locked up.
sometimes higher,
Okay.
rarely lower.
All right. And these are medical services for those kids?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. When young people come into our facility, they're screened and observed by our RNs, and they're all seen by our pediatrician, our medical director.
Okay. And these are general funds? We're not getting reimbursed by Medicare, Medicaid, or anybody?
We are not.
These are, do you know what the contract has run, just like in the last year, how much that's?
Well, the contract is for $50,000.
$50,000, okay. This
And-
isn't the only medical service that we provide these children when they're locked up, is it?
Oh, that's correct. We also provide a mental health and behavioral health services as well.
Okay. There is, and I don't know if this is you, Mark, but maybe you can answer this. Another item on here regarding the kids that we have in our custody. And this is approval of an interlocal juvenile service agreement with Sarpy County to mutually house Sarpy County juveniles at Douglas County Youth Center. Do we have any Sarpy County kids there now?
I believe we have one now. We typically have
Okay.
anywhere from that to 5.
Okay, 1 to 5 of these 80, 90 kids that we,
Correct.
right. What is the per diem now and what is the per diem going to?
I can't speak to where it's going
Maybe,
to.
Kim, could you help us with this?
We're currently at $334 a day.
I'm sorry,
$334 a day.
currently.
Currently.
Okay.
No, that's incorrect. Kim Havakati, Deputy County Administrator. Our current contract with Sarpy County is $364 a day. We
Okay.
are going to $400 per day, per diem.
Okay. And just, to
5
give that
seconds.
kind of a comparison, I think that the corrections director just indicated to us that the per diem at the correction center is 160.
That's time.
Which is a massive disparity. I don't know how that can be, but it's good that this is going up. I don't know.
That's time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't hear you.
Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say for the record and defend the effort to promote those forums. The forums were out there for a good period of time in all social channels. I've been to community meetings around here for years and seen massive promotions for meetings that show one person. So I think to put the statement there that it's a sham is nowhere close. These meetings have been going on for at least the 20 years that I've been here and before that as a part of the state's requirement that everybody around the state that gets community-based aid money needs to have this. So I think the turnout is no way equivalent of the effort because people will say if you had it at a certain time that it was this, so you can't find the right piece. So I need to say for the record that there was a big effort to do that, and it was on a Saturday, things that people asked for. We didn't put it for a work week, so there is no perfect combination to get there, and the effort was put there. And just for the record, I need to say this so my soul can be clear. I got an issue with equivocating families getting services to Nazi Germany. That is crazy. And at least have some background to say when you come up here and challenge the fact that the government spending unwisely, that the person's hat you wearing ran up some of the biggest debt in American history. So at least come with some facts that's relevant and not just propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on consent agenda minus item E? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Now we will go specifically to item E, agreement to pay 100% of the JDI's coordinator's salary and benefits to the Nebraska Administrative Office of the Courts beginning July 1st, 2024, through general and grant funds.
Good morning. My name is LaVon Dennis Williams, 1941 South 42nd Street. I'm the Executive Director of Reconnect, Inc., and I'm here to speak on behalf of Reconnect, Inc. and my private capacity. Reconnect, Inc. is one of your providers that you just voted on. We provide services to youth and adults in the community. Triage is our major youth program, and since forming Triage in 2012, I have been very much involved with Douglas County Juvenile Services, as most of you can attest to. I'm here to speak out against using the money to fund that position. JDAI is an initiative whose time has come and gone. We brought the initiative to Douglas County in 2014 through the help of Commissioner Rogers, and I'll admit it has done some good in terms of helping form our direction for juvenile justice, but it has now run its course. Even Annie E. Casey, who formed the initiative, no longer uses it. They don't even refer to it as JDAI. The director who recently talked about how JDAI hopefully will morph into other initiatives by communities said if they still want to use the name, the name should stand for just and developmentally appropriate accountability and inclusiveness. And what they're saying and what they have been saying for the past 7 years is JDAI no longer fits and serves the purpose of juvenile reform efforts that we know need to take place because juvenile crime has changed since 1992 when the initiative was first adopted. I think we are the only jurisdiction in this country that's still using JDAI under that format when it was first developed. Since 2007, Annie Casey has specifically gone away from the JDAI format, and they're focusing now on things like juvenile slimlining probation, working with probation. And so what I would ask you to do is to take that fund and to look at the two remaining efforts. When we took on JDAI, there was 8 things that this community said we wanted to address. You all have addressed most of them through the changes that you've passed at this body. The only 2 are remaining is case processing and racial and ethnic disparity. We still cannot get a grasp on racial and ethnic disparity, and we also see the cases now where kids are just languishing in the juvenile justice system. So I'm asking that these funds be used to fund a position that will have a dual purpose. It will track case processing and report back to this body as to how many kids are going through the system and how long it's taking them to get to adjudication, and that the other duty that position would have is to coordinate the efforts, serious efforts, on reducing racial and ethnic disparity in this community. And it's not just about system points and blaming them for bias, it's about addressing the entire spectrum of social economic issues that we know contribute to juvenile justice involvement. And recently, I had a chance to talk with Commissioner Borgeson again about Dr. Kakar's study. Although her study is old, the basis of her study is still relevant. She has identified 7 major factors that contribute to juvenile justice involvement that impact a disparity in racial makeup. So I'm asking that this money be used to find a position that will dig deeper into case processing, see what's holding kids' progression through the system, and that this other purpose would be to track and find solutions to help eradicate the racial and ethnic disparity that exists in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll jump to Commissioner Cavanaugh.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think I just left it on.
Oh, okay, very good. Commissioner Borgeson and then Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Dennis actually said a lot of what I wanted to say, but I'm going to ask that this be laid over so that we could have a more robust and full discussion at a Child and Youth Committee meeting. I agree that JDAI has brought us to really looking at the alternatives within our juvenile justice system. But I think if we're trying to be honest with ourselves, I think the real problem right now, besides the racial and ethnic disparity issue, which definitely needs to be addressed, but is that case processing piece where kids are sitting there. And again, it's not to blame anybody, but it's to shine the light on it, because in my opinion, if you look at who's there and where they should be, if they were where they should be, we wouldn't have the number of kids we have in our youth center today. And that needs to be talked about. It's always kind of floated out there, it's stated out there, but we've never really had a process to really look at those cases and see how we can move them through our system faster. There's going to be some children that are there for a very long time because of what they're charged with. But there's others who are sitting there, and we hear continually it's placement, or it's evaluation or assessments, and those should not ever be just sitting there. And so we need to really have that discussion, and I think that this position can be switched to something different than what it is today and make much more positive inroads on our kids and ultimately the families if we do so. So that I'm just asking because, again, this isn't the greatest forum to have the full discussion, that we lay this over and have the discussion at a Child and Youth Committee meeting.
Motion by Ferguson, second by Boyle. So now we can have discussion on the motion to lay over. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for the board not to vote in support of it being laid over. I can see where the sentiment is, but to address a few points that's been brought up. Yeah, Casey's adjust some of it from years, but there are a lot of entities still using the name and support. They formed and reformed the process, and some of the emphasis where it has gone, and that has continued to evolve here as well. To the point of the emphasis on case processing, I wholeheartedly agree with that. And as of a meeting last week when the collaborative left, the JDOT collaborative moved that the current emphasis go on case processing, and that the coordinator would adjust time to specifically adjust case processing. And that was moved by the body and was discussed and talked about as a part of this agreement moving forward. So that was in result to the a meeting held earlier with a group of people to talk about the contract and what's required out of it. The statement was specifically said by state probation that their goal is to support the locals in their effort, and as of the collaborative specifically moving that this is their will to support case processing, that's where the emphasis will go this year. I will ask the board not to support the layover and move forward, because the emphasis will be put on case processing through all the efforts going on, through the data piece as far as lifting it up. So I think by moving it forward, the real emphasis needs to be that the collaborative needs to hold the case processing committee accountable. That is being done. So holding it over and has a discussion, I think that's been had to some degree. The emphasis is the collaborative, but also the board holding the case processing piece to that. So I would humbly ask that it not be laid over. I think everything has been addressed in the agreement and the discussion to make sure the emphasis is on case processing for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I'll take a round just for context purposes.
Can I
because
respond to that, sir?
Let me
Okay.
give my piece real quick. Just for context purposes, both Commissioner Rogers and I have been involved with discussions with the JDAC coordinators, for example, which is Chief Warren and Judge Daniels. We've also been in discussions with probation, both local probation and state level probation as well, all of which asked us to continue this partnership and the collaborative efforts through JDI. So it's there has been this isn't just like our idea to put this forth, but rather it's been a collaborative effort with probation, the bench, et cetera, to at least give this some time to evolve. So for me, big picture, it's a way to get all the system players and stakeholders at the table, which at least that piece of it is extremely valuable to me. I don't like it when people work in silos and don't talk to each other. So I'd love to see some reinvigoration of that kind of brain power amongst the stakeholders at JDI, which is basically everybody that's a system point within juvenile justice. So that piece of it I find incredibly valuable. Does it need to evolve in certain ways, whether it be case processing, whether it be analyzing capacity in the community for placements, because I think that's another issue that's holding up youth in the detention center. After being authorized to go somewhere, there's often capacity issues of not having a group home or a placement to send them to. So I'd like to look into that piece of it a little bit further as well on my end. So being that July 1st is around the corner and that's when this contract was supposed to start up, I would also be against the layover and request that we approve it today. It gives us a year. Again, this is a year commitment. This is not a multi-year contract. This is a year to see how JDI evolves, and we can circle back next spring to see if this is something we want to continue budgetarily, programmatically, collaboratively. So I'm with everybody on keeping a close eye on this effort to see how it evolves and if it's even meeting the efficiencies we want it to. But for now, I'd like to bias that year and move this forward. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good points, and you and I offline have had an opportunity to discuss this a little bit. And kudos to Chairman Garcia. He's actually laid out, he sent a really nice email yesterday. I mean, it was very good. I'm a writer, and I thought it was good. I couldn't even edit it. I was a writer. Look, the big issue here, I don't know how I feel about this really. Usually I come in here, I read stuff, and I've come to a predetermined idea about how I'm going to vote. But this is kind of interesting, and let me just tell you why. And I hope it doesn't come off as lecturing or anything else. I don't mean it to. Whether it be a business, it could be a sports organization, it could be, but particularly in a government. Accountability is key to the metrics or data that show value add. The accountability is very important, especially when it comes to a government, because government's unwieldy. We don't want it to, but it's by nature it's unwieldy because it's supposed to be drawn out. Let's make decisions. Let's hear from people. Let's get beat up over this particular thing. My point is probation pulled its funding because the state deemed this outside of its budget priorities. And I guess the question I have, and anybody can answer it, who will our coordinator report to right now? It was my understanding, and this goes to accountability, who will our coordinator report to? Because state has no skin in the game anymore. I mean, they may care, because they've got resources implemented, but they pulled their funding. So they have no skin in the game. There are more important accountability measures that I would think that need to be put in place, and I guess I need to understand that. So in other words, if the JDI coordinator is reporting to our county administrator, okay, understood. At the end of the day, we'll end up getting metrics and data 365 days from now through that funnel that'll make us feel a little bit more comfortable. So I'm on the chairman's page, but how are we going to gather that data? My thing is, management hierarchies take a variety of different forms. When Google came in to the world, Oracle and all these other, they have flat hierarchies. But at the end of the day, somebody's accountable. Somebody's got to be there, and they got 20 people in a room, they're going, tell me, man or woman, who's accountable? What are we going to do now? And are we going to keep spending money on this after we determine that there's either A, value add, or there's not? and they do it all the time. I'm not promoting this idea of militaristic hierarchy. What I'm promoting is the buck's got to stop somewhere. It's not just a general paper at the end of the year to say, JDI is great, we love it. Theoretically, it needs to keep going. What we need is somebody that it reports to. We need somebody to be able to distribute, in my opinion, to us what this is going to look like and what that value add is at the end of the day. So I'd like to continue a little bit more dialogue. I know there's a lot of people here that want to go through this agenda quick, but I think it's worth discussion. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Mr. Rogers, did you want to respond to that question?
Can I use up his time and answer since because I might have.
Go ahead. Yeah, to answer his question, yeah.
Okay. It will technically report to probation because that's where it has, but the understanding in the contract was it works with us. The accountability is in the JDI chairs and the collaborative. Now, I agree with your point of accountability, but the accountability has also been with the board too. And to your point, and even the point that have been made about the case processing piece, again, a prerequisite for this even coming forward was that the JDI coordinator would focus on the case processing piece. That will come here, and I think half the accountability piece is technically under probation, but the accountability is to the chairs and the collaborative.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. In order to help the public understand what we're actually talking about, I wanted to see if Ms. Havakati could give us just a couple of preliminary definitions. I will bet that 90+% of Douglas County residents have no idea what JDI means. Could you tell us what JDI means?
Kim Havakati, Deputy County Administrator. JDI originally stood for Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative.
And it helps defer kids from being in correction, in the youth center.
Indirectly, it is a system improvement where you're looking at the key system points to determine what the holdup is. Okay. They don't actually provide any programs or services for the youth.
Okay.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry. The $105,920 requested here in item E is for the salary and benefits for the JDI coordinator, is that correct?
That's correct, and that position is a state probation position, not a county position.
And we split that cost with the state?
No.
We pay that cost entirely ourselves?
This current contract with them, we split 50-50, Commissioner, as to the salary. Commissioner Friend is correct. Probation decided they would not be willing to fund 50%, and they're now looking for the county to fund 100% of it.
Okay, and that funding would be, it says general and grant funded.
50-50 between general funds and 50% between the Sherwood Fund money.
Okay, the grant monies that we talked about earlier?
Not the community-based grant funds. Those cannot be used.
Okay. What grant funding are we talking about
It would be the private funding that the county has through Sherwood.
Okay. So 50% Douglas County general funds, 50% Sherwood funding.
Correct.
Going forward.
For at least the next year.
For the next year, we're talking about a 50% liability for Douglas County taxpayers.
Correct.
$50,000. Okay. Is the JDI coordinator here today?
Not that I see.
Okay. I think that provides a little bit of clarity. This is a program that's been going on for some time, as I understand. Is that right?
Correct. For many years, the community-based grant funds could pay for this position, Commissioner, but as of July 1st, 2023, the Nebraska Crime Commission did not allow that any further. So that's why it changed a year ago.
So based on that information, I guess your recommendation would be to proceed on this today.
I think that's a commissioner's decision.
I think that the chairman has made some cogent arguments here regarding what we should do today. I'm inclined to follow his suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll jump to Commissioner Borgerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the point that was made that probation isn't paying for any of this anymore, but yet this position is accountable to them is a little bit frustrating to me. And this discussion, in my opinion, should have taken place in a committee meeting way before now, especially if we are supposedly changing the position. But I look at the time that and percentages of things that the person will be doing, and there isn't anything in there about case management. And just as the chair said, he didn't like people working in silos. That's what I feel like this is, has taken place. And again, I have been totally supportive of this effort from the very, very beginning. And I just think it would be a good idea to have a discussion to see about potential changes that I think need to be made. And Commissioner Friend, I don't know what email you're referring to from Chair Garcia, but I didn't get that. So if it was about this issue, that might have helped some with this discussion today. But again, the layover is nothing more than to have a better discussion on the JDAI and where we want to go from here. I understand the July 1 deadline, and I'm sorry about that, and it sounds like there's not going to be the votes to lay it over, but if there's not the votes to lay it over, then I hope that the message is taken that we need to have full discussion at a committee meeting about how we move forward with JDAI, with case processing. I personally believe this person actually needs to be under the judges. We had a case manager position at one time, and it didn't work because it was our employee. And what most people don't understand is this board has no power or authority over who comes in, how long they stay, where they go, or when they get out. We have none of that. We have absolutely none of that. So we can say all we want to say, do all we want to do, but ultimately we have nothing, no authority whatsoever to do any of this. But we can, especially when it comes to using county tax dollars, we can have a say in what we think that position or case processing should look like. So again, I'm not trying to be an obstructionist. I'm not trying to be negative. Again, I've supported Commissioner Rogers back when he brought this forward and all of these years forward. All I'm asking is for a much fuller and discussion on this position and where we go from here. Ms. Dennis may want to elaborate on that a little bit for me because we have had discussions about this and I think we're thinking on the same page.
It's 30 seconds.
Well, since 2014, the county has been involved in this. I sent Commissioner Borgeson an email article today that outlines where the position that Annie E. Casey has taken on JDAI. I can assure you there is no county that continues to use JDAI. JDAI, as it stands for, is Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative, and here's what Annie E. Casey has to say about
5
that.
seconds.
With Casey now engaged in system reform on these refunds, the detention alternative framework has grown imprecise. And I hope that you will listen to Annie E. Casey and not continue the JDAI process.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say I don't take the questioning as anything of delay because we've had these conversations behind, so I understand where the question is coming from. But I do want to confirm a couple of things. I think the JDI resolution, the resolution that was passed by the collaborative last week is the agreement because that's the will of the collaborative, and probation recognizes that. To Commissioner Borgeson's point, technically probation reports to the court, so there's some tie there. And I think that's why we wanted it specifically changed through the resolution for that duty to come. So even though you're keeping the position, the spirit and the intent is everything that I think Commissioner Borgeson talked about and was expressed at the mic to have that person focus in on that. It's key that that person focus in on that because of the access point to the data that that person has as a probation employee that you do not have if it is a county employee. So that's why this was arranged, to have access to that data and bring it up. I can assure everybody that within a year, the accountability part will be there, because the board does have some accountability. I think the situations have been brought to light in several pieces, and I have no problem bringing it to the board to have the board at certain times exert its will for accountability. As the point says, technically, our power will come from bringing some stuff to light, and I guarantee there are things to be brought to light that we were going to have to make some decisions on, and I hope the board makes that the call, and that we will have the opportunity to push others to make decisions on. So, again, I would ask the board to not lay it over, because there will be ample opportunity in this for the board to have the accountability and everything that's there, and the board will have its chance to exert his will and push others to go where it is, and I welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final quick point. Commissioner Rogers makes a good point, and I appreciate that thought process. So in other words, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, he's saying, yeah, we'll have outreach and authority, and we'll be able to shape, the way some of this goes. But unfortunately, and there's a but, unfortunately, that type of accountability that I was talking about earlier is very tough to come by unless you have the specific authority to say, you will go here, you will do this, and then you will report back to me, and you will show me the results. We don't have that authority. To my understanding, we don't have the authority. The authority still falls in the Nebraska Administrative Office of Courts, and the fear, I guess, that I have, and again, well articulated by the chair and Commissioner Rogers, this well-articulated points by them, it's still an unfunded service. We're funding it, but yet, what I don't want to see is 365 days from now, I stand there and go, look, that's $52,000, what did we get? I don't want to be in that position. Now, I respect Commissioner Rogers is saying, Mike, and you guys, don't worry, I don't think you'll be in that position. If the state is out, I want the county to manage it. That's my point. Period. End of story. They can have input, but if our coordinator is reporting to anybody, it's reporting to these 7, she's herding 7 cats up here, or she's going right to our county administrator and saying, here's what I did this week, here's what I did next week, here's what I did the week after, here's what I did. I'm not sure that I have that assurance right now. So I don't know where this vote's going, but I appreciate the dialogue, and I know there's a lot to do. Mr. Chair, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. On my end, second round, I think within the next 12 months, we can not only see where we need to provide more emphasis in regards to whether it be case processing or placements, et cetera, but also what the structure of all this should be moving forward in future years. So I think this buys us a little bit of time within the next 12 months to figure that out for the future. So that's it on my end. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And I think I support the chairman's view on this to go ahead. In light of the fact that the juvenile detention alternative program is intended to try to divert kids from being behind bars in our youth center. Really important in light of the fact that we have a brand new kids jail across the street sitting empty for going on a year now that we paid tens of millions of dollars for because it's too small. It's too small for the average daily population of 80 to 90 kids by about half. And we knew this going in, it was stated repeatedly, and programs like JDI were supposed to bring our population down. So not having these programs in place is counterproductive from us because we're paying for a building across the street, which is empty. You're all paying for it if you've got property in Douglas County. It's tens of millions of dollar fiasco. And JDI, for everything that you've heard today, is intended to divert kids from being put behind bars. So I don't know why we would hold up on this and the other programs that we talked about here today, because it's vastly overdue. And it's problematic to me to hear people who supported the kids' jail as inadequate as it was, and they knew it at the time, and yet having problems with going ahead with something like JDI, which is supposed to address that exact problem. So let's proceed and get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers? 2-minute round, third round.
Let me say that, you know, JDI is all about process. And JDI, the process that we're in took us from the day when the board conceived this, when the average was 220 kids, to where it is today. Now, the number today is used for reasons, but the number today is not fair, because you have to look at it in context, because before this weekend, it was at, number is 77. And we need to analyze that to know where it is. Now, to take it out of context and bring the derogatory language of what the facility is across the street to Commissioner Friend's point, I think we will have the accountability, because the collaborative will give you the accountability, and there's members here on that collaborative, and that coordinator will get his directive from there, and I can assure you as a voice there that that's where it is, and the collaborative has put its wheel down in formal resolution to get there. So again, back to the point of accountability and where this will go. I can't assure you enough, there will be ample opportunity, and the path will show very clear about what the process is, what the issue is, and what the path is. And definitely based on the statements today about the new facility, there will be an adequate point to where action will show a clear path, and I just ask then that the board have the courage to make the call and bring awareness to what that issue is. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is on the motion to delay, technically. Nicole?
Hi, Nicole Claire, down the road, Bellevue. I just want to jump in again, talking about accountability and the meeting that occurred Saturday, which is asking for, or talking about spending more money on these programs that have had money spent on them in this last year. There's no report of what those programs did so far that I can tell in the recording that a citizen made of the meeting, Amber Wood. I can't see anything about what these programs are doing, and I think that's really important for all of you to know, and for, I believe, also the stakeholders, which were not mentioned in Saturday's meeting as far as I've watched, are the people and the family and the kids. They're the biggest stakeholders in this.
Thank you. Other comments on the motion to delay? If not, we'll take it back. The motion again is to delay item E. Please vote.
Motion fails. Commissioners Borgeson, Boyle, and Friend voting yes. All other commissioners voting no.
Motion to approve item E by Commissioner Rogers.
Second.
Second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes. Commissioners Borgeson and Friend abstaining. Commissioner Boyle voting no. All other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to our recognitions and proclamations, of which we have 3. If some have been waiting for these, thank you for your patience. We'll knock them out one at a time, because I think we do have 2 of these with present individuals, one of which does not, I don't believe. So item A under 3 is the recognition of Ronald Colin, who worked for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office for 29 years. I don't believe he is here today, but we do thank him for his service of 29 years to Douglas County and the citizens. Do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent currently.
Thank you. The next one we have, item B, under 3, is Elizabeth Hazuka. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Worked for the Douglas County Attorney's Office for 23 years, and we have Douglas County Attorney Klein to say some remarks.
Brenda's here too, my chief deputy. Don Klein, Douglas County Attorney, Chief Deputy Brenda Beadle. Liz is here, and her and her family have been patiently waiting. If you want to come up, Liz, why don't you come on up here? Liz is the epitome, and she is a model public servant for Douglas County. She is what everyone, and the example she said of what everybody, as far as employees in Douglas County, should aspire to. She has worked tirelessly, dependably, and very, very worthily in Douglas County Attorney's Office. She's been a trial assistant for those years and years. She's handled and worked on very high-profile cases for both Brenda and myself. She also assisted on all the work before the grand juries when somebody dies in custody or while they're attempting to be apprehended, and did a tremendous job. So I'm very happy for Liz to reach her retirement, but she's going to be sorely missed in our office. And just her smile, her work ethic, the fact that she would always be so dependable and fill in for anybody else that needed something done. So congratulations, Liz, and I would just ask the board to recognize her in that regard. All right. Do you want to say anything?
I just want to say I've really enjoyed working here for 23 years, and I've had many opportunities, and I want to thank you both for it.
And is that your family over there?
Yes,
Why
yes.
Tell us why don't you have to stand up?
Okay, my husband Luke, my son Luke, and his wife Brittany, and my son Steve, and his wife Kristen, and my daughter Annie, and my granddaughter Tegan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have a motion and a second to approve? Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers, and Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don, are you going to buy lunch for all of them today?
We're having a little party.
That's not in your budget. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We're going to vote on that resolution now.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Congrats again.
They voted that you can't retire.
Oh, okay.
Staff, do we have anybody here for a quick photo? Yeah.
You want to be in photo? You all too.
Sure. Okay, now everyone get tighter, just a little tighter. Got it, thank you. You done?
All right, we do have one more recognition, item C, the retirement of Robert Leslie, who worked for Douglas County Youth Center for 21 years. We have Mark LaFleur to kick off some remarks. Oh, and Rondi as well.
It's Rondi Woodard from the Douglas County Youth Center. It is my pleasure to be able to stand up here to recognize Mr. Robert Leslie, who served 21 years at the Douglas County Youth Center, serving the youth in our facility. And also at the same time, he was also serving the community and all the kids in the community. He was doing dual roles while he worked at the youth center. He also coaches several youth sports through the high school, and he's been doing this the whole 21 years, plus while he was working at the facility. He's built strong relationships with the kids in the facility. It was very obvious on his last day to see how they embraced him and were sad to see him go when he walked throughout the facility. You know, all the kids waving at him through the window. You could tell there was just true love going on at the building. So it's a pleasure to be up here. I'm gonna let him speak to the group. If you'd like to speak, you have anything you'd like to say?
Thanks for having me up here today. I have developed a lot of relationship with the kids. Part of my wish was I wish I could see a lot of them that's in prison just to see how they doing. But thanks for having me up here. Thanks for allowing me to work the 21 years. And I'm enjoying my time. I enjoy my time at the youth center.
It's really sad to see Robert go, but I just want to share that we actually met over 20 years ago when he was assistant coaching at Central High School when both of my boys were there playing. And over the years, we've coached together basketball, and now we're both at South High School coaching football. So even though he's leaving the youth center, he's always worked with young people, and he's going to continue to do that, and it's to their betterment. So it's really a pleasure to have had all of these years with Robert before and now after the youth center as well. So he's really done a wonderful job, and just like to say thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Borgerson?
I just want to thank you for your service, and also I think you have some family here as well. That your wife and
My wife and my middle child.
your middle child.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for what you've done for our youth at the youth center. It's probably one of the absolute most important things we do as a county is to try to help our kids and families, and you've been a part of that for a number of years, and we thank you. But I also thank the family for sharing you with us to do that, and praise you for continuing that outside of your work and continue coaching, because as we know, that alone makes a big impression on kids and families. And so thank you very much for all you've done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Robert. We're going to vote on that resolution. Yes, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
We'll vote, but I was going to say we should get a photo as well.
Oh, of course, definitely. We'll do the vote first, make it official, and then we'll take the photo. Motion second, please. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Enjoy your time. I sure will.
I've been going west to sweat.
Okay, we're gonna do two different ones here, or do this one? Got it.
stop out and see. Got it? Let me know when it's there. Oh, Gary, could you give this to Robert? That's his resolution.
Right, that concludes our recognitions. Let's see. Are you from Community Mental Health Department? Okay. Might hold off just 1 minute on the presentation, which we do want to get to. There might be some individuals waiting for the public hearing, which are usually relatively quick. So just in case we do have individuals waiting for those, we're going to knock those out and then get to the presentation here. So we're going to go to item 4, public hearings. Item A, Class C license for Ovation Heartwood Preserve, 471 Maxwell Plaza, Omaha, Nebraska 68154, as stated on the agenda here for Stephanie Grade. I'm going to open the public hearing for this item. Is there any commentary on this item? If not, I will close the public hearing and will the board, motion to approve by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll go to public hearing item B, Class C license for Four Seasons Golf Omaha LLC at 19150 Pacific Street, Elkhorn, Nebraska 68022. Manager Craig Metcalf. I will open the public hearing for this item, item B. Is there any commentary on this item? If not, I will close the public hearing. Motion by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Public hearing, item C, open public hearing for this date, Tuesday, June 25th, 2024, for the vacation of Curtis Avenue west of Riverside Drive within King Lake Addition, Douglas County, Douglas County to public comments. We'll now take public comments, I think is what the agenda is trying to say here. With that, I believe we have the county engineer.
Todd Fitzer, Douglas County Engineer, 15505 West Maple. I'm not going to say much. We've been working on this for a while, but I am going to introduce Dan Kudlek, and he's going to give you some history about this and why we're going to ask for your support on this issue.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dan Kudlek, Douglas County Engineering Manager. We're here this morning to talk about the vacation of Curtis Avenue west of Riverside Drive. I was hoping Don Vinsel indicated he'd be here, but this is in a floodway, so I hope he didn't have any problems with the water out there in the Elkhorn River. That could be why he's not here, actually. Don and his neighbor Lawrence Grunwald have petitioned the county to vacate a short section of Curtis Avenue. Let me see there. I have a few quick displays that give you some visuals, hopefully. Yeah, if you look closely, you can see the different coloration. The Elkhorn River's on the right. A little darker blue is to the left of the river. That's where this vacation is located. What that means is this is an area that FEMA will not allow any building to be approved in the floodway of this location. The lighter blue is a floodplain, and you can build in that in King Lake, but you have to build it up to a certain elevation. So no more houses will be built in this area. This is a little bit closer view of the area on Curtis Avenue. You can see the Grunwald's property to the south, and Vincel's property is kind of hidden in the trees where that shade is. It's a little cabin. The reason they're asking it to be vacated is because they've been having some issues with vandalism and drug sales and that type of thing on this road. It takes place early in the morning. They can't catch them. By the time they call the sheriff, they're gone, of course. And so they're hoping by vacating this road, it would allow them a little more security. We've studied this request, and we have no issues with vacating the road. The City of Omaha, this is in the 3-mile limit for your information, and they did study it also. Planning Board, Public Works, City Council voted out on it, and they do also recommend the vacating. Okay, this is a view of the road that would be vacated. You can see that the property is very well kept up. You know, they mow the grasses around their property and the county roads. And one of these views is looking west. I think it's the top view. You're standing near the Elkhorn River looking west. You can see one of the homes on the left. And the other view is looking back towards the river. And you can see Mr. Vincel's little cabin on the left side of that road. Let's see. Bear with me. This is shows you an area view of the road right here. And if you look real close, you can see the property lines. That road crosses over Don Vincel's property, literally. It's on couple of his lots. What we have discussed with Mr. Vincel is he would be willing to donate those 2 parcels to the county in lieu of paying the $840, which our certified appraiser valued the road to be. It would get road back onto public right-of-way. It would allow us to reconstruct the road so it fits into that curve area better and a little more safely. And it would be to the benefit of the public, really, to have the public road on public property. And the last one I have here is kind of shows you, do I have it? Oops, it's upside down. It's color-coded to show you the property that Mr. Vincel owns. I believe his coloring is the green and blue colors. He owns quite a few lots out in this area. And Mr. Grunwald is the pinkish colors where his house is. He actually lives there. Mr. Vincel's property are more cabins, but one of them's a pretty nice house actually, but they don't live out there. They live in Omaha. So I guess the point here is that, you know, we have vacated numbers of roads in King Lake over the years, and hasn't really caused any issues with any of the public responsibilities or sheriffs getting in and out and that type of thing. And we think this would fit in with all of those. So we are certainly recommending that the road be vacated. And with that, I'd just be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on this item? Commissioner Borgerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say there's a lot of residents out there that have really tried really, really hard to keep up their properties. They have a whole new beautiful entrance, which I'm keeping my fingers crossed that does not get flooded. They have a new sign. It's all landscaped. I mean, they're really doing a lot of work. And so I hope the property we're talking about today, I'm really worried about the flooding, but in general, I hope that they're all safe out there.
Yeah.
But I support this.
Any other comments on this item? Otherwise, I shall close the public hearing. What is the will of the board?
It's
Go ahead.
Dan Ash, County Clerk.
Oh.
This action is going to be taken on the next board meeting.
July 9th. All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and follow up on this item on July 9th.
So we are, Mr. Kudelecker, Ms. Yurek, we're just leaving the public hearing open, or do we need to close it today?
Teresa York, County Attorney's Office. We closed this one. From memory, the statute reads that the action is taken at the next meeting following the public hearing. So we'll close, and then we'll have the action on the 9th.
Perfect. All right.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we shall go back to that presentation. Impact of mental health diversion program expansion.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you this morning about the county's mental health diversion program and the impact that the expansion has made since fall of 2022. My name is Jana Andrews, and I am the program manager for the county's mental health diversion program. I am joined here today by Martha Wharton from the Public Defender's Office and Lindsay Bitsis from the City Prosecutor's Office. I also want to acknowledge that we work closely with the Douglas County Attorney's Office as well. Although this program is run by the Community Mental Health Center, it is greatly supported by all three of those legal entities, along with the Douglas County Department of Corrections. With that being said, I would like to turn it over to Martha and Lindsay for some background on the continued need for programs like mental health diversion.
Good morning, Commissioners. Morning. My name is Martha Wharton. I work with the Douglas County Public Defender's Office. As you're aware, our criminal justice system is facing more and more people who suffer from a serious mental illness. I'd like to focus my statistics on those who have a serious mental illness. I don't want to belabor the data that Director Myers already gave you today, but those inmates in the jail suffering from serious mental illness are the ones who have the most difficult time navigating their way through the court system and suffer from the most serious illnesses. When I talk about a serious mental illness, we're talking about schizophrenia, schizoaffective, bipolar, delusional, major depressive, and psychotic disorders. So it is a more focused population I'm speaking about when I refer to the statistics I'm talking about today. Just a few numbers that show why this program is really important. Over the last year, each month, the average number of detainees at the jail who suffer from a serious mental illness is around 28%. So that means if we have 1,100 people in the jail, there's more than 300 that are suffering from a serious mental illness. The average length of stay for someone with a serious mental illness is about 40 days, whereas for someone who does not suffer from a serious mental illness, it's just 23. So they're staying about 70% longer than someone who is not suffering from a serious mental illness. Those suffering from a serious mental illness are also much more likely to be rebooked in the jail within the next 12 months after they get out. It's 57% for those with a serious mental illness, as it's only 37% for someone who does not suffer from a serious mental illness. So they're more likely to come back. And the average length of stay for those waiting to be evaluated and treated for competency is exponentially longer due to the wait times for LRC. The average wait times have varied wildly over the last few years because of various factors, but it can be anywhere from 2 to 6 months where they're just sitting and waiting for treatment. So in short, basically what we're saying is people with a serious mental illness are more likely to go to the jail. They're going to stay longer in the jail once they're there, and they're more likely to go back into the jail within 12 months. And behind all of these statistics are human beings who are really suffering from a really serious illness. And although the jail has made a lot of strides in caring for people who are sick and have serious mental illness, it's still not a hospital, which is really just a more appropriate place for people to deal with such an illness. As defense attorneys, most of the inmates are represented by our office. So their public defenders are faced with great challenges when representing these clients. Due to their mental illness, they often refuse our visits, so we cannot discuss their case with them. Or if they participate in the visits, it's very hard to communicate with them about formulating a defense. So then the attorney is forced with making a decision on whether the client's well enough to proceed through the court system or whether they need evaluations and treatment for competency before they can go forward. This presents attorneys with very difficult decisions. Should we have the client evaluated for competency, which is likely to add many months of additional time, Or is the client well enough to understand and get through court in a more timely manner, and we can likely get them out. And although competency restoration does provide mental health treatment, it doesn't provide these clients with the skills they need, the support, the outside, the planning, the outside support that these clients need to get back into the community and actually survive and thrive and not come back to the jail. It just gets them well enough to come back to court and get through court. That's all competency restoration is designed to do. So mental health diversion is really a valued program by our office. The program offers clients a better means to address both their criminal case and their mental health needs. Especially for individuals charged with misdemeanors, the diversion program provides clients with a way to proceed with their criminal case while concurrently addressing the often underlying cause of the criminal conduct, as Commissioner Kavanaugh referred earlier. It's often the cause of the conduct is their mental health. And although this program cannot help all those in our system, with a serious mental illness, it's helping more and more people each year due to the expansion of the program, and they are avoiding jail sentences and instead arranging and participating in long-term mental health treatment. The program is not free, so I really would like to thank you for funding this program and funding the expansion of the program. It's allowing it to grow and thrive for many misdemeanor clients and a really greatly expanding number of low-level felony clients, which is a huge stride for us. And although there's certainly a large cost to running this program that I recognize, in the end, I think it is saving money by reducing jail bed days and the recidivism among this population, not to mention the additional costs associated with long drawn-out court cases and multiple law enforcement contacts that this population often has. And the bottom line is I would opine that it's the right thing to do.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Bitzes. I'm an assistant city prosecutor here in Omaha. I've been in this role for nearly 10 years, and I've been the lead prosecutor on our misdemeanor mental health diversion for the past 7 years. In this capacity, I review charges in numerous ways through collaboration with various entities. Jana Andrews will refer individuals to me. Douglas County Corrections will refer individuals. Defense attorneys, most often public defenders, as Martha mentioned, will come to me if they feel their client would benefit from the services. And even we receive referrals from the Omaha Police Department officers as well as mental health co-responders. I get emails from those individuals weekly, from numerous individuals. Most of these people are booked into custody. And when the cases come to me, I review the incident, the individual's criminal history, their available mental health history, such as Board of Mental Health holds and sickness entries. If I review the file and I approve them for the program, I then refer it to Jana and her team. They schedule an individualized screening with the individual participant. And oftentimes I'm approving someone who either has not yet gone to court on their arraignment or someone who was booked into jail and again has not gone before a judge. When that occurs, I do notify Martha Wharton as well as the Public Defender's Office social worker, and they keep an eye out for the individual and notify me as soon as they know which attorney has been assigned to the case so that I can work closely with that defense attorney on what we can do to get the individuals moving as quickly as possible. If they're in custody, we're trying to get them screened as soon as possible. We're trying to get them out of custody and on to services and supports as quickly as we can. When someone is then accepted, the cases are continued, usually at 90-day periodic checks, and I receive treatment plan updates from Jana Andrews and the team, and the defense attorneys receive those as well. If the individuals are doing what they're supposed to be doing or working their way through the program, we keep continuing that case out, and upon successful completion of their treatment plan, the charges are dismissed. As Martha mentioned, there are a lot of individuals that could benefit from an intensive program such as this, and we can't help everyone, but it has been amazing the past few years with the increased capacity. I'm able to approve a lot more people for the program. And I'm often developing relationships with the family members. Parents and caregivers are often the victims of the crimes that I'm seeing. And during the pendency of the cases, I'm able to see firsthand how the program does help the individuals and their families, and eventually society. So I cannot overstate how beneficial the collaboration is between the various entities, and I want to thank you for your time and consideration as we continue to assist some of the most vulnerable in our community.
Thank you, Lindsay and Martha. Commissioners, as you may be aware, mental health diversion was started in 2006 by grant funding. In 2009, the program was identified as a viable program and has been paid for with county funds ever since. So it's been a longstanding program. Mental health diversion started with just 3 staff members in 2006, a program manager and 2 case managers. Due to shown success of the program, in 2014, we were able to bring on an additional case manager. And then due to the support of this board, in 2022, we were approved to hire 2 more case managers, which had a significant impact on the number of individuals our program has been able to serve. So currently, our program has 5 case managers and myself as the program manager. In 2022, mental health diversion accepted 65 individuals into the program. 20 of those individuals were accepted on felony charges and 44 of them on misdemeanors. We had 1 individual during that year that had both a felony and a misdemeanor charge while in our program. In 2023, mental health diversion accepted 105 individuals into the program. 32 of those were accepted on felony charges, 69 of those were on misdemeanors. And we had 4 that were on both a felony and a misdemeanor. That 61% increase in just 1 year was a direct result of the additional staff we were able to hire from the support of the Board of Commissioners, as well as the support from the County Attorney's Office, City Prosecutor's Office, and Public Defender's Office. The County Attorney, City Prosecutor, and Public Defender's Office are the main support or the main sources of referrals for our program. However, everyone that's booked into corrections is screened for mental health diversion. They're asked 3 questions related to their mental health history. Those who are found eligible for the program are provided a face-to-face assessment, and if appropriate, a recommendation will be made to either Lindsay with the City Prosecutor's Office or Tony Clow with the County Attorney's Office. We also work very closely with other programs in the jail, such as the reentry specialists and the reentry assistance program. They often see some individuals that may be in the jail that did not respond positively to the questions upon booking, and they will identify them as possibly being eligible for our program, and so they will call, and we will also make exceptions to go and screen them as well, along with WellPath, who is the mental health provider at the jail. Once an individual is approved for mental health diversion, they are provided an individualized treatment plan, along with an intensive case manager who provides the support and guidance for that individual to work through that plan. Mental health diversion, we focus on mental wellness, but also on social determinants. We spend time listening to the individual's needs and address those in their treatment plan. Some examples of those are housing, day structure, employment and finances, education, substance use, parenting issues, and transportation. We've found that when those are addressed in conjunction with mental wellness, the individuals have a higher quality of life satisfaction and are less likely to have continued involvement with the justice system. Our program is truly unique in that our individual case managers work alongside the individual and provide them with the support they need to be successful. You will often find that our case managers are not in their office, as their role is truly community-based. They are out in the community with the individuals in our program. They're taking them to mental health appointments. They're taking them to the pharmacy to pick up medications so they don't go without. They're assisting them in getting to day program. They're helping them complete housing applications so that they aren't to avoid homelessness. They're getting substance use evaluations and enrolling in the proper treatment. They're helping them apply for jobs and getting them connected to volunteer work. Our case managers go into the individuals' homes. They meet with them in the hospitals. They go into the homeless shelters. Wherever they are, the case managers will be there. We do not let an individual's lack of transportation limit their ability to be successful in our program. Our case managers also spend a great deal of time helping participants identify and strengthen their own support system. Whether that be family, friends, or other agency supports, we incorporate those supports as much as possible so that the participant knows that they have ongoing resources and supports once mental health diversion is completed. To date, mental health diversion has served a total of 870 individuals. 70% of those individuals have completed our program successfully. That 70% successful completion rate means that roughly 563 of those individuals worked through mental health diversion program were able to avoid long jail stays and recidivism. They had access to appropriate mental health care. They had access to other community resources, and they reduced the overall county costs related to jail bed days, court costs, and ongoing contacts with law enforcement. One mental health diversion program participant was quoted, "My case manager has been an outstanding mental health support and has guided me on how to get my needs met. I would recommend this program to others that have mental health and legal issues." So with that being said, I would just like to thank the commissioners for your ongoing support of our program so that we can serve these individuals in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I will jump to questions, starting with Commissioner Borgeson, then Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, I can honestly say I'm honored to support this program from day one to today. It has been really a true program decriminalizing mental health, and you all have been the heroes and champions for those individuals, and I can't thank you enough. And I can't see Martha, but Martha and I have worked for many years on this, and she really, truly, you are, Martha, you have so much compassion for the individuals when it comes towards the legal system that I can't thank you enough for trying whatever we have to get them out of the judicial system. And so just thank you very much. When you did talk about competency restoration, I know that there was at one time talk of potentially bringing that process into our facility so that we didn't have to wait for them to go to the regional center. And I know the state wasn't, well, they were, but weren't completely on board, but that kind of just died in conversation. Is there something that we can do to try to get that moved quicker?
Well, Mike is still here. The state has proposed bringing in some. The state has proposed bringing in some. I believe it's therapists, mental health therapists into the jail to develop better, longer-term relationships with the clients to see if they can work with them on taking the medications in the jail before they even go to LRC. And the hopes of that is that they will get medicated and get better and avoid having to even take the stay at LRC, and they can proceed with their cases more quickly. I know they're doing that in Sarpy County, and it had been proposed that they do that here. That is not competency restoration. That is just some assistance with getting them to take their medications. And in order really to avoid the competency restoration, I'm not aware of any ongoing talks to bring restoration into the jail at this point. I think that would probably be more likely when there's the new facility, but I'm not aware of any plan for that. And you know, there's two sides to that. It can be beneficial, but it's also a slippery slope to turning jails into hospitals, and also it's the state's responsibility to do that, and so we would be taking on a lot of extra responsibility. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And the other, this may be for Jana more than you, but when they do talk about, and we talked about this a little bit at Board of Trustees meeting in terms of long-term injectables, the individuals that we're talking about could potentially be candidates for those, or are we already using those with these individuals that we are putting on the mental health diversion program?
Some of the times we will find that the individuals that are in our program have already been on a long-term injectable, and so if they have had that from their outside provider, we do help coordinate their outpatient provider with WellPath in the jail so that they can continue that. One thing a positive thing with mental health diversion is once they are approved for mental health diversion, they do get released to participate in our program. So they avoid those long stays in jail. So they're able to get out hopefully before they need their next dose of the long-acting injectable.
Well, again, I can't thank you enough, and you have my full support because this, again, truly is decriminalizing mental health, and I appreciate all the work you've done on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wonder, your social determinants of health data that you're tracking, how long of a trend line do you have?
So we work with individuals that have the misdemeanor charges for about 6 to 9 months, and the individuals that have felony charges 12 to 18 months. Those social determinants that we discuss with them at intake, we put those on their treatment plans. So we are addressing those from day one.
So I'm assuming we haven't been keeping them since 2009.
We've been keeping them since the beginning of the program.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
That's what I'm asking. Can you put thought? I'd be curious to see how that's developed over the 10+ years.
Sure, I can email you and we can
Okay.
discuss kind of what exactly you're looking for.
Okay, let me see if I ask this right. So the 28% Martha that you stated, roughly 300 people. You said you served 105 with
Just last year,
Just
we
last
served
year.
105 individuals.
5 caseworkers, 20 person per caseload. Is the gap between the 300 and the 105 a result of lack of caseworkers, or is the gap between the assessment and the severity of what the person has that can come in?
Yeah, not everyone's going to qualify for this program based
Okay.
upon their charges. When I talk about that 310 people have a serious mental illness, a lot of them will be charged with felonies.
Okay.
They're not going to be considered for this program. Either are even misdemeanors where they won't be considered for this program. And some of them reject the program and don't want to participate as well.
So right now, you're not at a point where lack of capacity in the casework is preventing somebody?
No, we do have capacity.
Okay. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? If not, thank you very much for the presentation
Thank you.
today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll go into our committee discussion and action items. First, we have item 5A1, budget report as presented. From there, we'll go to Administrative Services Committee, of which we have 3 items. Please note that items 1 and 3 are related, so I'm actually going to tackle those first, and then we'll get to item 2 right after. So with that, there are 2 resolutions that we can vote on. Commissioner Rogers, do you want to make a quick note about them?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to, let me say from the start, thank a couple of people for the start, so I won't forget at the end. I want to thank Diane Wallace, and who does the county's IT work. I want to thank Greg Anderson, Derek Cruz, Kelly Gray, and .com. I want to thank Karen Bush here, and I want to thank Teresa York out of the county attorney's office. Also, Diane Carlson here and Marcos for their help in bringing this forward. So really quick, for the last year, I've had the honor of sitting on a appointed National Association of Counties Exploratory Committee about artificial intelligence. And they've paid for us to go and get an idea of where this is going, the power of it. We touched down in a couple of places. One, San Diego County, to get an idea of what's going there academically and what's being studied. And then we went to Silicon Valley for about 3 days and visited DocuSign, Salesforce, Google, Microsoft, to get an idea where this is going. And then visited a county where they're really moving in regards to AI. We started probably about 4 months ago with the conversations with the people that I mentioned here at the beginning. Because of some of the work that was going on, it came to my attention that Karen Bush and HR were working through using AI to help screen through applications, other things of that sort. If you all that didn't know it, GIS had a very interesting program that they did with the city of Omaha, where they used AI to make all the spots in the city that weren't handicap accessible compliant. And AI helped speed that up tremendously. Also in some conversations with Teresa, she asked some concerns about how things were floating around and how we would handle this ethically. And then the conversation also goes to what the power of AI is and how that might pan out discriminatorily on some things and some of the issues that are there with it. So what I'm proposing today and bringing forth is, one, a charter resolution to define what the charter is, and then later have the chair come back and appoint some people to this charter, to this charter committee for Douglas County, but also a resolution to come into an agreement with a place called Simply Augmented. There's a gentleman named Boaz Ashkenazi. Mary Ann's met him. Boaz was an original employee at Microsoft Facebook, when they started working with AI. He has now went on his own, and he's worked with several counties in California. And I say California particularly because California is one of the few states that has passed state law in how to govern this. So he's had some experience working with it. The cost of his contract is $22,000. We're paying for it out of contracts and fees. It's $22,000. And then there's money built in there for 2 trips if we need it. The initial conversations that we've had have been by Zoom, but it may be a need to come here, and he's scheduled to come here in some time here soon, so we might be able to knock this out if he's passing without tapping that money. What I'm asking for is for his support of his services for a year, and with that appointed committee, it would be able to help the county really dig into how do we employ this and be prepared for it ahead of time. How do we get a grip on what we have already? Because from my knowledge, there are a lot of people, and I'm one of them, that have an account to ChatGPT. I've used it to write several letters, other things of that sort, and have been playing with it since this account, and there are a lot of people around here that have it. So I know Karen Bush probably wants to use it more. I know Teresa has some ethical concerns probably about how it's getting done, and I think this will help us get in a position to train the county on how it is and not have us be scared of using it, and I think put us in a position, because the state's not really proactive in it, and I think we can be in a lead to help guide other counties throughout the state through it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and take item 1 first, a resolution for the charter. Questions or comments on that? Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Questions or comments? Otherwise, we'll vote. Oh, Commissioner Cavanaugh.
And thanks for this. It's very topical. AI, by overwhelming scientific opinion expressed so far, is a clear and present danger to our society, to our civilization, and certainly warrants close observation. So the idea that we're setting up this committee to do that, among other things, I think is an important thing, and I'd be very interested in participating in the committee's things. I've had a lot of contact with AI experts, both locally and nationally, people working on it, people warning against it. As I indicated, a lot of major scientific authorities warn that the onset of AI is as much, if not more, a danger as an opportunity. In any event, it's here and we must deal with it. And so I think this is a positive step forward. I look forward to participating actively in this. I notice that the charter has a duration mentioned but not specified, although it shall be renewed annually, and that might be the best duration, is just make it an annual thing and comes back to us each year. But I think this is a huge, huge issue for all of us, and it's high time that we get on board with this. I commend Commissioner Rogers for bringing this to us, and I look forward to participating in it on behalf of Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. Thank you, Jim. This is a huge, huge issue. I'm 81 years old. I grew up in a different time, of course, but I spent a lot of time reading and going to school, college, and listening to late night radio. I was a fan of Aldous Huxley, Brave New World, 1984, the movie Soylent Green, and one other similar, what do they call them, utopian things that a lot of people say, oh, there's no truth to it. We're finding out there is truth to it. We can't believe anything anymore because of artificial intelligence, for example. We don't even know if that's our real president of the United States on the screen. I was looking at something the other day, a card, the picture of this guy, and all of a sudden it starts talking to me. I thought, oh boy, what they can do with that. What they can do with what I'm saying right now. And I'll end with this. That right back there is an example. I don't know why you don't use it, but the city council does. And I suppose that that's a direct live broadcast of what goes on here. But has anybody noticed that there's a 20-second delay in the afternoon on that screen between me and what's on that screen? You hear me say this 20 seconds from now. What does that allow you to do, or the city council will say? It allows you to alter what was said or heard at these meetings. Those are, laugh all you want, that's got to get stopped. Down at the legislature, LB 1390 is all about me being a deep fake, because I might question you about the elections. Well, they might call me, charge me with the thing for harassing you right here today. That's how far this country has gone. This is cultural Marxism.
Let's bring it back to the charter.
This experimentation with AI
The charter
has
of
got
the
to
AI
be fought.
committee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Larry. All right, any other comments on this item? Yes, Commissioner Rogers.
I just want to state for a point of fact, just if anybody may be naive to it, if there's a delay back there in the screen, it's the pace of the stream, and the stream pace comes late. It has nothing to do with AI and augmentation of the stream. I just want the public to know that. Anytime you stream, if you all have YouTube TV, you will notice the paces will be different, and it's just the rate of the bandwidth and the stream that comes through. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. As mentioned, item 3 is related. It is the contract for the individual mentioned by Commissioner Rogers to help this committee. We'll go ahead and take up that item. Do I have a motion and second? Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Any comment on item 3? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Back to Administrative Services, B2, resolution expressing the county's board intent for the county to participate with Nebraska Elite Volleyball and other details as presented on the final agenda here. This is a follow-up to a presentation that occurred 2 weeks ago. With that being said, go ahead and start us off.
Great. Thank you, Burke Harb, 6457 Francis Street, Suite 100, Omaha, Nebraska. Here on behalf of and representing Elite Volleyball. Sorry? Oh, I got to talk into it more? Wow. Careful what you wish for. Here to talk about LB 1197, any questions you might have with it. And since we met last, I have met with I think most of the commissioners, or had exchanges with most of the commissioners. In addition, I had an additional hearing with Ms. Urick, Deputy County Attorney for the civil side, and in addition, Dana Livingston as well, to talk about some of the issues, the questions and concerns. And I'm willing to address those. Last time when we were here, to my right is Mr. Curl, Tony. He was not able to be here because he was at a volleyball tournament in Orlando. So if I could, he'd like to just talk a little bit about the program itself so you guys have a better idea about that.
Good morning, Anthony Caro, 21015 Cumberland Drive, Elkhorn. First of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to discuss the agenda item, the resolution for the partnership with Douglas County and Nebraska Elite Volleyball. Nebraska Elite Volleyball is a 501c3 based in Douglas County. We've been operating here for over 20 years now. We've been a tremendous partner for Douglas County over the years and the city of Omaha. Our economic impact just from one of our events, because we track that one specifically, the A6 President's Day Classic, since its inception has reached over $200 million for the city of Omaha. We've also been instrumental in helping open up the new beach courts. Hopefully they're still safe, not underwater. We had a tournament actually supposed to be there today, so we had to move it. But we have 10 events going on at the beach courts this summer, bringing teams from as far away as Texas to come play at our beach facility here in Omaha. So we need your help to grow the sport and continue to grow youth sports in not only volleyball, but in basketball and also pickleball. The new sports facility has a projected year 0 and 1 economic impact to Douglas County of $172.4 million. Those numbers are coming from the initial construction phase, and that data is from Visit Omaha and the Chamber of Commerce. So quite a bit of an impact for the city and the county from the construction process, and then we'll get into the occupancy and the rate that it looks like somewhere around $50 to $60 million a year in economic impact from the new facility. With elevated construction costs and land values climbing, we need your help to continue to add space for youth sports in Douglas County. I'd like to close with a letter from John Cook. I think you all know who he is. He's kind of a pretty good volleyball coach here in Nebraska. He's the head coach at the University of Nebraska. Nebraska is the volleyball state. This year was a record year. He's speaking in terms of the last 12 months. This year was a record year for volleyball across the state, beginning with 92,003 spectators showing up at Memorial Stadium for Volleyball Day in Nebraska, to the largest regular season crowd at a Division II match in Kearney, to having the #1 team in the rankings at some point during the season in NCAA Division I, Division II, and NAIA, to having the three Division I programs in Nebraska in the NCAA tournament, to having 2 of the 3 Division I programs in Nebraska in the Division II NCAA tournament, and over 60 former Nebraska high school and club players playing in postseason college events around the country this last season. Per John, Nebraska is behind in building sports complexes inventory for children to play. The updated legislation with amendment improves our chances of reaching more children and families that want to participate. Help us provide for more opportunities for Nebraskans that want to play youth sports. This is a quality of life issue for young Nebraska families. If we're trying to keep the best and brightest in Nebraska, this will make the difference to those families and young athletes. Sincerely, John Cook. Thank you for your time, and we would certainly appreciate your votes for the resolution.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and discuss the item. Oh, sure. Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers. We'll start with Commissioner Friend, then Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thanks for the presentation, and thanks for what you guys are doing. It is pretty exciting stuff. One of the things, Mr. Caro, one of the things that I brought up to Mr. Haar the last time we got a chance to visit about this when the presentation was out there is the infrastructure stuff out at 180th and Maple. Obviously, with the Costco, there were months of the city went through its gyrations, and the HOA and a lot of neighborhood organizations went, whoa, what? There's a Costco going in. I guess my question is, city zoning has to be changed from what I understand. We talked about that. But the zoning timeframes are not going to affect the turnback, right? So if something like this passes, I mean, this is for either of you. If something like this passes, the timing of zoning approval will not affect your
No, our developer has been working at the same time as we've been working with this process to make sure we had everything covered. The zoning is correct for what we're going to put up. It's zone, it's in a commercial property.
It is
doesn't
now.
have to be changed.
Okay.
What we have to do is make sure the building design fits that. So those are some of the cost requirements that are going to be met through the building design and process. But we have all that covered, and it does not have any impact on this fund in this process.
Gotcha. So in theory, a lot of people that live out there, especially HOA directors, and when they have HOA meetings, they understand they should, or they've been informed that something big could actually happen here. They already know it. But has there been a marketing strategy? Have you sat down with the HOAs and neighbors communicating, hey, guess what? It's not just Costco anymore. Now the traffic is going to increase again more.
No,
right?
no, that has not happened just because we're trying to get through the steps by step of this
Gotcha.
process, and that will be part of the next process. The next step in this process is to make sure that everyone in the area is aware of what's going to be happening. I mean, in addition to our facility, there would be the Fleet Farm going in next door on the other side, and they've already purchased that land, but I think their construction timeline is about 2 years down the road right now. So.
Yeah, good info, because you don't just get the calls, we'll get them too. I mean, like, what's going in here? Like the Chick-fil-A at 100 and wherever that's going in, 156. No, I didn't heard about that 3 weeks ago.
You won't have to worry about a call about parking,
right.
because the city's going to making us put in 975 parking spots.
Okay.
So it'll be a very large parking lot.
Do you guys, and it may be a question for Ms. Yorick, but does state statute require the 10-year lease?
That we have a 10-year lease?
Yeah, like the contract you're offering up is a 10-year lease. Does statute require the 10-year lease? What if it was 5? Do you still get the value? And the reason I asked that question, Burke, is not only would provide potential assistance, but it would also, I guess my point is 10 years really even needed? You guys are going to be, going full bore at the end of 4.5 years, right? Getting term back tax money and going, and then you don't have to have the county as a partner anymore. Correct. Which, by the way, dealing with bureaucracy and counties is fun, right? Just a thought.
So the reason we do it is the statute is brand new, and the intent was 10 years. However, when you read the statute, I think you could probably even do a 20-year lease on here now after reading the statute as it's drafted.
Okay, I'm done. But
okay.
We can circle back to that question if it comes up again. Let me go to Commissioner Rogers.
So, I just want to make sure today, in reading through some information that was done to us today, you need to do this to get the timeline to qualify. We still have room to negotiate all the concerns, other things that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And if at some point the county turns around and says, you know what, we don't like the terms of this, we understand that, and we can renegotiate everything. If at some point the county wants to walk away, we understand that too.
But yeah, just for record, today is getting us in qualification.
This is to start the clock so we can get qualified, so we get the sales tax.
Okay, gotcha.
Commissioner Boyle.
I can just yell.
1 second. We'll restart the clock.
There we go. No, the idea of this project is actually really, of course, very, very exciting. And knowing the prevalence of youth sports is not just in Nebraska but in the country is fantastic. And especially things like volleyball. And to be honest with you, I like it when it's like all genders can play the game instead of just sticking to things like football and baseball. So I appreciate that as a girl growing up playing sports. I will also say that the great idea, love the idea of putting forth the application. At the same time, it always boils down to what the bottom line is. And as a county, as those who are trying to protect taxpayer money, the biggest things at the end of the day that we will want to address is ensuring that operational costs will not shift to the county, and liability-wise, the minimizing risk to the county is those are priorities. So we never want to see having to raise property taxes in our general fund or whatever the case may be in order to fund this type of project. So any assurances we can get or anything you have to say about that is just making the case better.
Thank you. Yeah, and we will work to make sure that that does happen. As a matter of fact, today in the resolution with Siena Francis, there is some language I would like to cut and paste about debt liability, wherein Siena Francis agrees to take that on. And I think we can use the same language. We would get insurance for the amount that the county is liable under the Tort Liability Act.
Thank you. All right, we'll jump to Commissioner Morgan.
I think Commissioner Boyle made some good points. The other thing I'd like to suggest is do talk to the HOAs, your neighbors there. I think that's really important as we go along. And the other thing that kind of concerns me is I think we have to say we're using it in the daytime hours, 9 to early afternoon or something like that. I want to be sure I work with Teresa Urick, all of us, to be sure we can comply in how we're going to use that and not just have it be something we said, but we're not doing it.
Right. Yes.
So those will be points down the road, but I think for today, I'm in favor of supporting what you're doing because you need this to meet your timeline.
And I have been in contact with the Bridge, which is a nonprofit that was originally started through Douglas County, to see if there are ways we can work with them as well to ensure that that facility is properly used. Okay. And we can work with Ms. Havacati as well.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Commissioner Borgerson? No. Oh, you turned it off? Okay, my bad. I'll take a quick round here. As mentioned 2 weeks ago, development in Western Douglas County and unincorporated areas, et cetera, is a positive overall. My only hesitation is that, this is through a means that very intimately involves the county, of course, in different ways. And obviously the statute allows for this opportunity, though with some provisions attached, such as the county having sufficient operational control of the facility to meet the government use requirement. Could you remind us how we will have sufficient operational control of the facility and government use?
Yeah, great question. So you will have control. We will give you control of that building, and then you are allowed to contract that to a third party. So we'll have a lease. Your operational control is by having that lease and paying for that lease. We are working with Tyler Mullen, as you guys are aware. I haven't contacted him yet. I want to make sure that but we are more than willing to reach out to him as requested by the Mr. Urick to get an opinion about operational control to ensure that we do in fact follow the statute. Mm-hmm. But the operational control comes from the fact that you're leasing, you have control over it, then you subcontract that to a third party, similar to, again, what you did earlier today, where you're subcontracting with Siena Francis to provide a service. Mm-hmm. You're just having a third party provide that service.
And could you remind us what that looks like as far as like operational hours and services being provided in theory by the county?
Yeah, that's a great question. And again, this is a contract, so it's a private law, so that still has to be yet to be negotiated. Ideally, it'd be something from 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, where the facility would be available to Douglas County citizens and or organizations for approved purposes by the county, whatever that may be, or whatever we agree are the approved purposes ahead of time in the contract. So, for instance, we don't want to have graffiti art going on in there. But obviously, courts being open and available for basketball, pickleball, organized activities through nonprofits, those would be what we'd be looking for. But again, we'd be working with the county to come up with something that's agreeable to both parties.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. Do we have any idea what such a subcontract could look like for us to do that?
Yes, and I can get that to you.
Okay. Because I'd be interested in, we talk about us subcontracting that operational service that supposedly the county is providing to the public, but, having an idea what the calculation is, how much that's going to cost, and your overall calculation, I think you predicted $10 to $12 million in revenue.
Right, and it has to be fair market value. You guys
Mhm.
can't, obviously, when we go, the next step is we go to the state. And when we go to the state, we can't have something that's not a fair market value or reasonably priced, because they're gonna turn us down. There's a
Mhm.
committee of 5, one of whom is the governor. He will turn us down.
Mhm.
So we will work with you on that to make sure that it's fair and reasonable,
Mhm.
that the taxpayers are getting a good value for their dollar.
Yeah. So I'm just curious what that looks like as far as cost. 'Cause in theory, we're leasing the space for a certain amount of hours. In theory, we're subcontracting services for the public as well. So all of which the county is paying for under the structure. So I'm just curious what that looks like and fleshing that out a little bit, and the liability that comes with county providing such services. And if anything happens, as far as like somebody spraining an ankle or something like that, and the county being sued, I know you're willing to take on the liability and put that in provisions in the contract, but it doesn't stop people from naming us in the lawsuit and us having to be involved, right? So those are some hesitations that I have, but I'm gonna probably circle back around and take it to the next commissioner here.
Senator Chambers did sue God, so anyone can
Indeed,
get
he
sued.
did. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. And thanks for this presentation. We appreciate the information. I guess I have a question for our county attorney regarding this. And real simply, under this resolution, what binding legal obligations do we have money-wise if we pass this?
Tracy, your county attorney's office. So for this resolution, I would say there aren't any county monies being committed by this resolution, but you are committing to do the joint application and to move forward with the process.
Okay. And does the statute involved here have a July 1st deadline for these applications to be submitted?
Not exactly. It has more to do with, and I'm going to let Bert, I'm going to answer, and then I'm going to defer to Mr. Har. It has more to do with which retailers in the surrounding circumference that you're allowed to loop in, and I'll let Bert take it from there.
Yeah, so it's a little unique, and so what we have to do is we have to.
I'm
Sorry, again, my bad.
That's okay.
Sorry. The statute requires that there be a public application or an intent, and that's what this resolution is. So what we get is the increase in sales tax. And the increase in sales tax here is the Costco. So we have to say that we are intending to partner so that we can collect or capture the state sales tax from the new Costco there. So that's why that new Costco originally was scheduled to open July 1. Due to the weather, it looks like, according to the paper, and I gotta believe it's accurate, I have no reason not to, the date's been moved back to July 18th, but we would like to get it done by today if we could.
Okay.
can I
And we've
add
had these discussions before because it's an interesting concept to me to include Douglas County in some form of sales tax revenue. This is a first for us, and I appreciate you bringing this idea to us. I don't know if we have a hard idea of, in terms of that kind of revenue, what's in it for Douglas County? Do we have a ballpark of what we could realize from a revenue point of view?
Sure. So there are a couple of things that's in it for Douglas County. First of all, the citizens get a use of this facility. There are different ways that you can go after this turn back tax. If we go to the vote of the people, absolutely, the citizens don't get that right to have the use of the facilities from 6 a.m. to 2 o'clock. So that's a big use, and there aren't a lot of facilities out in western Douglas County as of yet. So that's one benefit to Douglas County. Second benefit to Douglas County by doing this is we now can have more tournaments, and we can have more in Nebraska, in Douglas County, more beds and heads, right? More money for the Visitor Improvement Bureau, more money for sales tax. If we decide, at some point, an increased property taxes is a third venue. Now, what directly Douglas County administration gets is a different story, and that's something that's negotiated between the board through the county attorney and ourselves. There's an administrative fee. We understand there's a cost to processing this for us. And so we are more than willing to reimburse the county. And then the final is, we want people to appreciate it, the facility when they're there. When you have something for free, it isn't always appreciated as much. So there'd be an admission fee, right? And we can work with the county on how that admission fee is distributed to the county and to the non.
Just to circle back on what Douglas County nets in revenue, I believe the technical answer is zero. We're not allowed to net any profit from the sales tax. It has to go back to the arena and the sporting facility and the promotion of such. The administrative fee is in play, of course, as mentioned, though for me it's a balance of the burden that we put on staff versus getting their hours covered for that burden. So I'm not sure if there's been any analysis. I'm assuming no, as far as like how many hours our staff would have to dedicate to this in regards to the legal side, the financial side, whatever the case may be. So I'm not sure how that weighs out, but I do have concern about putting that on our staff to oversee. On top of the liability mentioned previously as far as being named on cases and whatnot. But you had mentioned, aside from the administrative fee, you had mentioned an admissions fee. Can you touch base on that real quick?
Yeah. Per the last meeting, the conversation was how do we track the people that are using the facility during the time that Douglas County is operating it. And what we intend to do and what we can do is we would actually charge a drop-in fee, which is okay by the statutes. And that drop-in fee would be administered by the management company, and then those fees would come back to you less their cost fee. So similar to how Ticketmaster, even though that's probably a bad word in some cases, it's how Ticketmaster takes $1 per ticket for everything they sell at CHI. That would be the similar thing. So if we're charging a $5 drop-in fee, which is kind of what we had discussed, that Douglas County would get $4 of that. We would keep $1 for the administration of collecting that and having payroll and staff there.
Thank you. And I'll circle back to our own legal counsel, Teresa. I know her team worked on some of this. Is as far as an admissions fee versus the statute stating that we can't net any actual profit, would the admissions fee, at least under your understanding, have to circle back to the promotion of this endeavor, or how would an admissions fee actually come back to the county, if at all?
Teresa York County Attorney's Office. So this was something that we spoke with Mr. Haar about, and I can't give you a full answer yet, but it was something we wanted to explore for multiple reasons. One, it'll be more efficient for the facility if there's a reservation fee, so that if you're reserving a court, that you don't just not show up. It also has, so there's some benefits to just administration. So we didn't talk about having very high fees, but I can't give you a direct answer, but that was something we were going to look at legally and see if we could have some sort of small or nominal fee for folks who are going to use it, and then what could we do with that as a possible revenue generator.
Okay, so needs further legal analysis then. Yeah, okay. If kind of where I'm at right now is that, if my Western Douglas County colleagues, two specifically, are in favor of this, I don't want to necessarily be a contrarian, though I do have my reservations as mentioned. So I think for now I'll probably will be abstaining just because of being a little bit torn in between, and we'll see how we proceed collectively as a board. So with that, Commissioner Cavanaugh.
Thank you. I presume this will come back to us again for a final vote on an actual document that will.
I would assume it would come back on approval of that contract that we talked about. Correct.
Okay, but the application to the state will go forward based on this resolution?
Correct, yeah. But again, it'd have to have sign off from the county attorney, and I'm sure I know she takes her lead from you guys.
Okay.
So if someone has issues or concerns, you can contact myself or Ms. Yurick.
Right. So the county attorney, I think, has looked into some of the liabilities and duties that Douglas County would assume. I don't know if that's based on this resolution or an ultimate final agreement, but could you address that for us, please?
Sure, I would anticipate, Tracy York County Attorney's Office. I would anticipate the lease would come back, and there's a statute in the County Purchasing Act that requires leases to be looked at by the County Attorney's Office, so we'd be involved in that. And then the lease would set out the duties, responsibilities, and obligations of both parties. And so that would come back to this board.
Okay. And I believe the resolution designates our Chief Administrative Officer, Patrick, as the negotiator of these documents. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm a very tough negotiator, so you're in good hands.
Okay. Well, again, I'm always interested in new revenue for Douglas County. My last question is, I guess, the city has moved to annex this property between the last time we spoke and now? Or what is that?
Good point, yeah, and I should have clarified that, I apologize. No, the city moved to annex the Costco, right? So this is an SID project, and the city likes to take projects when the SIDs are low enough, the property tax are more than the SID payment. So if Costco collects sales tax, yes, they will take that. Our facility doesn't have as much sales tax or won't have as much sales tax, so no, they are not taking that. And this is analogous to what's happened. The Ralston Arena, interestingly enough, receives the majority of its funds from the Menards. That Menards is located in the city of Omaha. The state sales tax goes to the state and then is fed back to the city of Ralston to pay for the Ralston Arena.
So will...
And it'd be the same thing here.
Okay. So based on that, I don't know if that's final yet or not. Is it?
This afternoon, I believe it will be.
Would the city of Omaha realize some turnback sales tax from this?
Nope, not a penny.
Oh. So the turnback sales tax would go specifically to Elite?
To Douglas County, who would then pay Elite through the lease.
I see. And would that payment mechanism, we don't have to get in the weeds on this today, involve this lease that we're talking about?
The payment of the lease would come from the turnback tax.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Borgerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to say thank you for bringing this forward to us. It is, we haven't been in, quote, economic development issues before or the likes of these types of activities before, but I think it's exciting for us to be a part of it and learn from it and see how it goes, and who knows, there may be more. So, but the biggest thing is thank you for providing a facility again for our kids and our community to utilize, because as we know, the more activities that kids are involved in, the less negative things they can get involved in. So thank you very much for what you've done for the community thus far and what you will be doing with this new facility. Thank you.
Anybody else on this item? If not, there's a motion and second on the table for item 2 in the resolution.
Motion passes. Commissioner Garcia abstaining, other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Community Services Committee. Item 1 was stricken, but we do still have item 2, discussion action on the 24-25 Visitor Improvement Fund allocation recommendations submitted by the Visitors Committee. Commissioner Kavanaugh or Catherine, did you want to comment?
After long and diligent hearings and discussions by the Visitors Improvement Committee, they presented to us for approval a list of visitors improvement grants in the amount of $4,999,800 in grants, and you have attached to this resolution a list of those. Nothing in this world is perfect, but I got to say, after being involved with this over the last year, it seems to me that we are very lucky to have this Visitors Improvement Committee do the very hard work of vetting these grant applications, which I think were twice the amount of the available funds. We have a robust economy here now, when we've bounded back from a low a couple of years ago because of COVID, and that's a good thing, but it also attracts a lot of attention, and so we get a lot of people who, want to step up and participate. And that's a good thing, too. These grants, if you'll review them at all, cover all parts of Douglas County, a whole bunch of community activities, a lot of things that bring people here to enjoy our community and provide, entertainment for friends and family all over Douglas County, all over the United States, and I think all over the world. We've actually had people, I know personally, from overseas come here and participate in some of these events. We have Mr. Lund from the committee here today. I believe you're vice chair, aren't you?
I am. That's why I have the honor of being here today.
Very good. I don't know if you'd like to add anything to that, but if you'd identify yourself for the record and accept our appreciation for your hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. Jay Lund, I'm the Vice Chairman of the Visitor Improvement Fund Committee, standing in here for our Chairman, Todd Simon. So, yeah, thanks for your comments. Thanks for the hearing. Just kind of wanted to add a couple things to that. I think Mr. Simon did a great job with the cover letter here. I've been on, I think this is just completed my fourth giving cycle or recommendation cycle for these, and I have to say it seems to have gotten better every single year, much more thoughtful. We have a system, I call it the matrix. We have a grading system, and I mentioned this in your hearing. Anecdotally, I was a previous applicant, and there was the process was pretty fuzzy from the outside looking in, and then I think COVID kind of helped to change some of that. So it's much more public now, very thoughtful, and just quick thanks to staff and the county law office and commissioners, and appreciate you having me here.
Thanks.
And I'm here for any questions if you like.
Thank you. All right, with that, I believe the item would be to approve the recommendations today.
Move to approve.
Motion by Morgan, second by Kavanaugh. Yes.
I want to thank Catherine Hall, who's great on this and gave me a super education in the intricacies of the Visitors Improvement Fund grant cycle. Thank you, Catherine. You went over and above the call of duty on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll jump to Commissioner Friend and then Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lund, yeah, thank you for being here, and make sure you pass on to the entire committee. Again, I don't speak for all the commissioners, but we do appreciate. I mean, it's thankless work. A lot of people want money. There's not enough to go around. I totally get it. One of the things that I wanted to, and that was just a thank you. I didn't necessarily have a question for you, but you're welcome if there's something hanging out here after I say this to speak to it. Been on this board for a period of time, and one of the things I think that I made my commissioners a little bit, I don't know, maybe upset about is I believe it was my first Board of Equalization meeting, and I just followed some guy down a rat hole, and we started making all kinds of interesting changes. Changes that I thought were equitable. Now, the funny thing is, if you look at the Visitor Improvement Fund and you look at the Board of Equalization, totally different types of things, right? But there's a unique thing about both that deal with all 7 commissioners. One, the Visitor Improvement Fund is our responsibility. The Board of Equalization, we are the Board of Equalization, so it's our responsibility as well. Funny thing is, we're ultimately accountable. We were talking about accountability for probably an hour and a half today. We're accountable, and we have the authority to make disbursements. We can make changes. Board of Equalization, we have the authority, and we can make changes to assessments. We have that statutory authority. Here's the problem, though. Here's where things get weird. If we make decisions to correct what the board deems to be inequity in the Board of Equalization, what the assessor's office does, and we deem it inequitable, we have the authority to actually change that. What ends up happening is, then you take from John Doe at 123 Main Street, you're not necessarily giving to Jane Doe at 124 Main. you're just creating more equity. It's Board of Equalization. You're saying Jane and John have to be treated the same way or close to it. The problem that we have with the Visitor Improvement Fund is we got $5 million. If we try to perform in an equalization manner right now and start changing what you guys do, we're taking money away from somebody else. That's not a perfect system. You know it's not a perfect system, I would guess. I know it's not a perfect system. I think most of the commissioners do too. Looking forward, and I think Commissioner Kavanaugh and I have talked a little bit about this, looking forward, to garner, for a board like us to actually garner more accountability in regard to process, we try to reduce the culpability, if you will. So in other words, maybe, and Catherine does a great job. I got all kinds of information over the last 2 weeks, probably more than I needed, but not enough to make rational decisions, right? And then we get calls and everything else. So I'm not telling anybody anything that they don't already know, but it's a quandary. I would love to say, you know what? Let me start second guessing these decisions. I'm not capable because I didn't have the information. You guys sat through hours of this stuff, days of this stuff. So I would tell you, I would hope going forward that we don't necessarily have to receive those calls because we have a certain amount or a modicum of authority where we can say, let's have a better relationship with this, with you guys. I mean, we don't even talk to you until now. I mean, Jim does, but anyway, I guess where I'm going with this, I'm sort of uncomfortable, but at the same time, I don't know what to do about it. And now we got to just hand out $5 million and take the calls, I guess. So, Jay, sorry about that. I ran out of time.
I will just add just a quick comment there. The applicants always have the opportunity to apply again next year. And I think that sometimes there's technical disqualifications, or maybe an application wasn't exactly, and we do work with them throughout that process, but a lot of our applicants are repeat applicants, and they can.
Thanks for the work you do.
Yeah.
Again.
I'll jump to Commissioner Morgan.
Well, I just want to echo what has been said by Commissioner Kavanaugh to you and Catherine and your board. The difficult task you have, and they can come, as you said, next year and make that application again and show you why they should have more consideration or just plain consideration. And I thank the board, and I think you're due to be possibly the chairman, which is a great, nice honor. I know Roger's really enjoying it a lot. But good luck on that, and I think you do a good, fair job. And that's the most important thing, is just trying to do the best you can on the fairness to all.
Thank you. Commissioner Borgeson?
Thank you. First, thank you. I hope you're still not mad at me from our last conversation that we had. But it's going to kind of be the same thing, and that is, I'm worried that we aren't focusing on those events, those organizations that actually are the true visitor attraction things. And, Todd Simon actually threw back in my face my own words about how things that happen in the community add to the quality of life of our Douglas County citizens. I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree with that. But I was not saying it in terms of that the visitors promotion funds should be tipped on its head and all of a sudden that be the focus. And, I know you're an advisory board. It's up to us as a board, and we have, under Commissioner Boyle's leadership, had brought a couple of changes, but I just think there needs to be more, because when I see sporting events, when I see big other events and organizations that I feel are more visitor attractions to the community versus just a great thing for the community, that's where I get a little bit where we've lost our way. And so I don't know if there's a better way to, maybe lay that type out so I understand it more. Maybe I'm missing something. But I just think there needs to be more conversation with this board and with you all as to what our wants and needs are with this fund. And again, it's nothing, I love the work that you do. You are, it's a thankless job, and you've done a great job. And I think it's our job to do a better job of telling you all what we want or what we don't want. And it doesn't matter if that's stated individually. It has to be, what are the guidelines and wants of the board to you as an advisory board? What do we want you to look at? And I just don't think we're there yet. I think that we're still focusing too much on community, again, great programs and great events, but not the visitor attractions, which is what this money is supposed to be and how it is supposed to be distributed. So maybe we can, again, have further conversations on that. At least I hope we can. And again, if this board, again, gives you that direction, then great. Then that's the way it's going to be. But I think we just need to give you more direction on what we want as a board. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a quick round. I'm going to support the recommendations as well. There were a few that didn't get funded at festivals that I think would be great to support, though I also understand that we're trying to follow the statute that says that, if we're funding an organization, it needs to have a mission to, what is it specifically, Teresa, to conduct festivals or visitor attractions, or what does the statute say? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Catherine Hall, this is County Administration. The primary purpose is to operate a visitor attraction.
Operate a visitor attraction. So as their primary purpose and mission. So I understand that, for example, I'll just say one that got denied because they did reach out to us. The Greek Orthodox Festival, I think, is a great event. It attracts people. Maybe not, of course, as big as other festivals, but it's a nice festival in the community. But I understand that the church doesn't operate to, conduct those kind of events necessarily. That's not their core purpose. So there is some difficulties with the statute itself that maybe could be revised even, perhaps. I know that Commissioner Kavanaugh does plan to hold a committee meeting to discuss kind of some stuff related to the fund in general. So I'm sure we'll have opportunities to dialogue about all of this very soon. But I understand you're trying to both work within those parameters of the statute and deal with many, many applications that come in. So thank you for your time on this. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just add one.
Go ahead.
Hopefully you have all the information on the process, and it is an evolving organic thing. And I remember when I first joined this committee 4 or 5 years ago, they said if the only criteria was heads and beds, we'd give all the money to the College World Series and the zoo, right? That was sort of the saying there. So it is difficult. We try and make it a little bit, more meaningful. And it's like they say about advertising dollars. You can spend $1 and you don't know which 50 cents of it is working. So when you do enhance the community, you're not always sure exactly how that's coming back into fruition. So I think the growth of the fund itself has kind of spoken to that. Omaha continues to grow, visitors continue to grow. So work in progress, always happy to have the conversation.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thanks. I think kind of in conclusion, I really want to say you guys have done a super job. It's not an exact science. If it was, we could probably get AI to do it for us. But this is a very human service that we provide to our community, and you do the best you can, and I think you do a great job. That said, we're having and have had informational hearings on specifically this, and as the chairman pointed out, we have one scheduled for January 9th, not only to reiterate the grants that we're distributing, record number, by the way, of grants that we're distributing this year, but to solicit comments from the board, from the community, from the committee on how we can improve the process. One improvement that I've noticed just this year, and I don't know if this was the thing before, but as a transparency thing, the committee had hearings by any applicant that wanted to come on Zoom for any person who wanted to check in, And, that's really a step in the right direction. When I first came on the board, it kind of operated as a committee. Nobody ever went there. You didn't really know what went on. And this is a real step forward in terms of transparency. Anybody can come on behalf of my organization and make my case to you, to the board if we want to tune in, to the public as well. And I think that's just one small example of how every year we kind of fine tune this a little bit more and a little bit more, and it gets better. And hopefully on July 9th at 1:30 on the 9th floor conference room, folks will show up for the community service hearing on these two topics, who got grants and what we can do to make this thing better. So thanks again, and thanks to the board for their consideration, and Catherine for your hard work.
Thank you. I believe there's a motion, a second, to approve the recommendations by the Visitors Committee. If nothing else, we'll vote.
Motion passes. Commissioner Borgen abstaining, all other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. We do have Human Resources Committee with item 1, weekly personnel report from civil service as presented. We also have item 2, a resolution approving an agreement with Goldfinch Health for nurse navigation services. Was there any comment on this item before getting to a motion? Motion by Borgson, second by Rogers. Anything else? Otherwise, we'll vote.
Motion passes 6-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh is currently absent.
Thank you. We do have a need for executive session today. Before getting to that, I just want to mention that we do have, we are not meeting next week due to the July 4th holiday, and we are actually closed on July 4th itself. Douglas County is closed, and the board will not be meeting next week. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, July 9th, 2024. With that being said, I believe we have a need for executive session for the following items: litigation, contract negotiation, and legal advice. Is that correct? I believe so. We can take a motion and second. Motion by Morgan, second by Friend. Please vote.
Voting yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. The board will now go into executive session for the purpose of litigation, contract negotiation, and legal advice.
Testing, testing, testing.